This is Keen Reflex, and this is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. That's right, they call me Keen, and I'm a translating machine. I read the stories in Japanese, and then I tell you what they mean. If I find a word I like, I teach the meaning, and then I post a list on YouTube, and then we find some words again. Kodomo ga jama suru wa muku mama. Slam the home got tackled out. Good morning, mama. So sit back and just vibe. Hit that follow, hit subscribe. Stick around if you please, and maybe learn some Japanese. Wow, unbelievable. Welcome in. You're watching Keen Reflex, and this is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. Give me a second. I literally was grabbing my controller 5 seconds while that video was playing, and for some reason, the plug to the PS4 was in there so loosely that I just touched it. It went popped right out of there. I was also in the middle. I had it on sleep apparently for the whole, was it a week or 2 weeks since we played this game? And so I didn't lose the progress of I hadn't lost the progress of that duel fight. We were almost to the end. P-chan. P-chan. We were almost to the end. But then I knocked it, and that's okay though. I was actually contemplating whether we should start over and show you from the beginning anyway. However, there's that. To answer your question, Yohei, no, it has nothing to do with the heat. It's all about, it's all in my head. Sometimes I just can't sleep. Actually, Teo for the questions again. Demo, it was worth letting ads play to Tasuke Kinza. Arigato. ありがとう。なんでプレステ流れてんのに。やめてください。Go! Shot. Okay, how is everybody today? Is everybody? For those of you who are regulars, which pretty much is like everybody right now, right? You like that? I visited shortly after our last stream. I visited another person in our stream team. Yes, I'm aware of this. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. What was I talking about? もしもしって英語でなんて言う？それがね、Hello? って言うよ。Well, I mean at this time. Oh yeah, that's what I was staring at. No, I visited one of the, basically another game developer. More specifically, a much more sophisticated game developer, considering this is my first project, right? And they had their game playing in the bottom right corner the entire time with a wish list thing. I'm like, I'm gonna steal that. That's amazing. And he goes, yeah, I stole it from someone else. Please do.
日本語で athlete はなんて言う？
He said all the game developers do that. I'm like, really?
選手 athlete
そう。だって、電話に出る言葉でしょ？でもちなみに、決まりだよ、英語も。はいじゃなくて、Hello だよ、電話出るときは。リンリンリンリンリンリン。はいじゃない、おかしい。Hello? Isn't that weird? You would never like pick up the phone and go, hi. Maybe you would if you were like, I guess nowadays when you know who it is. And they're like, oh, hi. I haven't talked to you in a while. But traditionally, you don't know who's on the other end, so you're like, hello? Yeah, I'm on a stream team with Folly. He invited me to a stream team of indie game developers. You can check it below. Check that below. Oh, I need to turn on Anki. Give me a second. I don't say hello. Yes, you do, Yohei. You say yellow? Hey. Somebody ban Yohei, please. Hello, much. Hey, Apro? Can you tell me how to pronounce your name? Welcome in. It's nice to see you. What brings you in today? Let me get Anki started. Apro, gotcha. Thank you for letting me know. Oh, that's right. I have to do that weird thing to just go away. Thank you. Thank you for banning Yohei. For eternity. We're playing Legend of Dragoon. Let's kick that Dole's butt. So for those of you guys who weren't here for last stream, we got like, I don't know, I'm guessing probably about 75% through the battle. Doing really well. And then while using Dart's final burst, the game just kind of dropped, which I'd never seen until we got to this boss. Like, okay, that sucks. I wanted to try a different strategy anyway. Start over. That new strategy sucked. And we lost. Okay, let's go back to the original strategy. That was good. Guess what happened? Dropped again. Okay, I think Final Burst is what's bugging it. Let's try and beat it without that, which sucks because that's the strongest attack I have against this guy right now. But, doing well. Emergency happened in the home. I had to end stream abruptly. So, today we are going to beat it. Today's also a Saturday, which means I can stay longer. Do a longer stream. We will beat them and we'll get as far as we can in Legend of Dragoon because I want to. It's a long game and I want to get a lot of stuff done because I love it. We want to 100% at this time probably. Not probably, definitely. And what was I doing? I opened Anki because I was going to do something. Yeah, I was going to do this. Give me a second because there's like 10 new ones and if I don't do this, you'll never get to see them. Gotta answer good to a bunch of them. By default, every 30 seconds it answers too hard. So they're just the same ones repeating over and over again. There we go. Okay. Thank you for opening the wish list. Definitely wish list that on Steam. I appreciate it. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Which kanji? Which kanji are we talking about? I hope it wasn't on the things that I just skipped. That's perfectly okay. And to be honest, I'm making it to be, well, hopefully, making it to be a game that is enjoyable even if you already know hiragana to kind of show off your skills. Because I've made a story mode essentially. It's basically geared towards people who've never studied the language. And then hard mode, which is challenging even if you're like me, who made the game, definitely knows all the hiragana. There we go. It still involves some like grinding and strategy and stuff. Anyway, either way, even if you have zero intention of playing it, I very much appreciate the wish list because that's it helps out a lot. So yeah. We'll play the game. We'll start the game now. Wait, how long have you been studying Japanese? Wadateru. Ah. Was that the one down here? Yeah, Wadateru is the kanji is for like the fan. I don't remember where that came up in our game actually. I'm trying to think of the example. All of these words essentially came up somewhere in the game, right? You're using Wanikani for like 7 months? Nice. I unfortunately, Wanikani did not exist when I was originally studying Japanese. And I'd already learned... Sorry, I'll let this play. Movie, very good. I'd already studied all 2136 common use kanji, joyo kanji. But I did see it after that, and I was like, man, this would have been amazing. It's definitely great. I very much recommend Wanikani, even though it wasn't anything I used. What did I I was very traditional. I used Anki. And I'll tell you the proper way to use Anki, which if you don't know, I'm sure you know, but I'm going to say it anyways. Basically, flashcards. It has a similar system to Wanikani in that it the spaced repetition. It slowly, if you keep getting it right, it'll slowly stop appearing. And you can do all the settings yourself though, unlike Wanikani. But I'll tell you the right way to use Anki or flashcards in general is don't use other people's flashcards. Make them as you learn them. For me, I was also in school. My major was Japanese, and so every time, you know, they'd be like, okay, this week we're gonna learn these 20 kanji. I'm like, okay, I put them all in my Anki, and on that use Anki for vocab, yeah. And so what I would do is when I see a kanji, I'd always have a notepad with me. And I had the kanji go 2 ways, of course. So it'd be recognition. So all of the or you'd see the kanji, and then I'd answer in my mind, okay, onyomi this, kunyomi this, meaning this, right? And if I could, I'd think in my mind a few words that I've seen it in. And then if it's the other one where it says the onyomi, kunyomi, and reading, then I write it. And then if I look at it and I miswrote it, I write it 2 more times. That's what I did for all 2,000 plus kanji. I had notebooks upon notebooks. And yeah, I mean, everybody learns a little bit differently. But that's definitely one method that will likely work for you. It's definitely worth trying. What's up, Maxime? How's it going? Hey, you go. Yeah. So I recommended that for kanji, but I also recommend doing the same thing for vocab. Like, instead of having multiple, I had a kanji deck and a vocab. I still technically have them. And it was just one Anki deck. It was every word I've ever learned. Maybe not ever, because I didn't use Anki at the very beginning of my study, but yeah, rather than learning, if you put a bunch of words in there that you've never really related to, it's just about a bunch of words that you found on the list, it's not nearly as useful as you're in a restaurant and you're like, oh, somebody said "doite kudasai," and then I found out that he meant I needed to get out of his way, and you have like a memory to that, like a reason for learning that. It's so much easier to remember your words, right? Because every time you see the word doku, you're like, oh, I remember why I put that in there, right? Yukue would be, yeah, destination, whereabouts, kind of, a little bit, maybe a little bit nuanced. Like yukue fume means what's the word I just said? Whereabouts, unknown. I said I was going to grind this because we had trouble with it last time, but I did not have time for that. We're going to try this boss again. I know the strategy. What do you mean by did I learn right? I did, maybe I already answered that question. Maybe you said that before yeah, I did right. However, that being said, since quote-unquote mastering all of the common use kanji, in the actual work life, I've only ever been typing everything. The only time I write out anything is maybe like writing birthday cards or, I don't know, writing notes to myself. We're going to skip over this dialogue just because we've already seen it. But usually we will read in Japanese, and then translate it. Hey Triss. Hey, Triss does know RPGs, not just farming games. Unfortunately, that would be really cool, iPro, but I do not know how to make it do that. It's set to, this is literally just a flashcard. Every 30 seconds it will answer it wrongly. Technically, it would, but for you guys, yeah, it's basically just gonna repeat words. I think I have it set to, it'll get at least like 30 different words, but then it'll stick to those 30 throughout the chat. So if you're paying attention, you can easily master those 30, whatever of those 30 that you hadn't learned already. That would be really cool though. If I could program it to where what you say in chat, like, if it matches, then yeah, that sounds very difficult programming. My reasoning for not learning writing as much? Yeah. So it's true, but learning the difference, especially between certain very similar kanji, if you actually learn to write it, you'll be able to read it better. So I would still recommend learning to write. And even though, like I said, I do have to, I didn't finish, but I would have to look up in the dictionary for that kanji, which is weird because I wouldn't have to refer to the dictionary for most reading, but then to write it out, yeah, I'm just like, what was this again? But even so, since I've already gone through that process, when I see it in the dictionary, I can glance and I go, oh, okay, all of these radicals, bam, 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 right? And still write it. And to be honest, even a lot of Japanese people are like that these days because they're not really writing it much physically. But I would still recommend learning to write it. Obviously, yeah, logic isn't incorrect in that you should focus more on the reading comprehension, but writing it actually is also learning to read, if that makes sense.
日本語で lethargic はなんて言う?
Kinda. Shutoku is kinda gathering. That might be one of the possible
だるい
definitions of shutoku.
lethargic
But yeah, acquisition is the usual. Thank you for being so participative in the flashcards, by the way. I won't always comment on them unless you have questions about it, but yeah. Totally radical, dude. Yeah, so I just have to download our own Anki. I thought about like, because I know a lot of you all use Anki. I thought about maybe I can probably upload these or like save them so that you guys can upload them. Like after we finish a game, maybe I could put, because what I do is I have one deck for each game that we play. So technically, everything in the bottom left corner we learned during Legend of Dragoon streams. 90% of that is from the game. Others is just something we talked about in chat. Hey TJ, what? You weren't streaming this whole time, were you? Because I was watching you last night before I went to bed. Are we streaming again? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Guys, Thank you for the shout out for DJ. DJ is a super cool dude who's a what we call, give me a second, a white hat hacker, right? Is the English term. The Japanese term is white haka, which he's like, no, don't call me a white hack. That's racist. No, but white hat hacker, which is basically a good hacker, right? He gets permission. They'll explain it to DJ can explain it better, but he gets permission from certain organizations to essentially hack their system and check the security of it, right? Ethical hacker. Yeah, security researcher. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's a much better definition for people to understand it in like 2 words, right? Super cool. I was actually in a stream just last night. It was a lot of fun. Okay. A little bit of focus. Pretty graphics for oh, right under that. No, 9,000 for the Raiders. So Raiders, if you don't know me, I'm Keen Reflex, and this is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. I'll leave it up to DJ. Do you wanna see the intro? You've probably seen it a million times. But yeah, definitely go follow DJ if you're interested in anything programming wise, because obviously like hacking is a lot of it's programming too, right? Kinda. You have to know programming. And he also plays games, of course, and we all love games. And they also are studiers of Japanese. That's why they're part of this community. Why do you have the reading on the front side of the Anki cards? It's a good question, because because we have all sorts of levels. Arcane. Thank you for the 31 freaking months. Holy crap, dude! Thank you so much. Welcome in, dude. It's nice to see you. I see Arcane once a month when they rescript. No, it's very early for Arcane. What was I? Let me finish. Yeah, so yeah, we have all levels of learners, and so basically, there's a lot of people who don't even know hiragana, katakana, and maybe they're not even necessarily directly interested in learning Japanese, but they might, And so that's why it's mainly the purpose of my flashcards on the screen are to help you guess the words regardless of the kanji reading. For you personally, I would definitely recommend if you should be learning kanji or hiragana, of course, hiragana first. And you probably should not put the reading on the front side. Let's have the intro. Okay. I have an intro that shows what we're about. I do a little rap, which is not... We don't rap in the streams specifically, but you see me twice a month. Oh, when's the other time? Okay, I'm gonna play that thing. See you soon. Hopefully it works on the first time. It's been buggy lately. Nope. Then the second time.
This is Keen Reflex, and this is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. That's right, they call me Keen and I'm a translating machine. I read the stories in Japanese and then I tell you what they mean. If I find a word I like, I teach the meaning, and then I post a list on YouTube and then we find some words again. Kodomo ga jama suru wa muku mama. Slam in the hole got tackled out. Good morning, mama. So sit back and just vibe. Hit that follow, hit subscribe. Stick around if you please and maybe learn some Japanese.
Hey, that's it. Yep. I think it's a really good summation of how our streams go. Even though I made that, I think, half a year ago-ish. Still pretty much holds up. We still have the slime book redeem. We still have the Pepsi song redeem that you saw in there. The Good Morning Mama you'll hear. It's that video that you saw like a split second of, but it's my son screaming Good Morning Mama and spilling his cereal. But yeah. That's crazy, you haven't seen it. You'll be able... Oh, jeez, Adi-chan. Ohayo, Adi-chan. So then we got gacha, and then there's also... Okay. Can you still let Anki show the kotaeru? The kotae? Didn't I... Is it not showing it? What do you mean? You have been streaming that long? That's crazy, DJ. You streamed as long as I slept. Put the reading on the back so chat can see it after the 30 seconds. Yeah, I could, but I think so. As I was mentioning before, I think personally what I want to test chat on is just the meaning of a word, even if they don't know the kanji. I'm not necessarily testing chat on reading kanji, if that makes sense. Because I think there's a good amount. I think there's more people in chat who are either not really interested in reading or can't than there are who are challenging themselves to be reading the kanji currently. You know what I mean? But I mean, it's definitely, if people feel otherwise, I can definitely change it up. But that's my reasoning currently. Let me read, give me a second, Adi-chan. I'm gonna do the, Adi-chan redeemed her favorite redeem, the one that she made up. Adi-chan's my wife. She's got a, well, she makes a lot of songs, but a relatively new single called SNSner. It's about how people working hard on social networking sites feel. It's here to make you more popular, I think. Well, thank you. You're succeeding. But let me just catch up. Recording on Twitch about 8.5 hours. That's insane, dude. That's insane. So, didn't I used to let? I've yet to learn about how to read kanji exactly. It's just a flesh wound. It's just a flesh wound. I owe you $20. Why? No. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, the SNSer dance. She made a dance to the hook of the song, and now the redeem is that I dance to it with her. Here's me and my wife dancing to the SNSer song.
Followers, cause I'm an SNSner, cause I'm an SNSner, wanting followers, give me followers, cause I'm an SNSner, cause I'm an SNSner. Physical to mental.
He's in sync sometimes. I'm not a dancer. Or a rapper for that matter, but my wife is very much into music, so there's a lot of that on this stream. Okay, so in this game, by the way, guys, I think in this battle, I think that Final Burst will not bug it out until after he changes into a Dragoon. So we're gonna do that. Hyper-san was guessing Flesh Rune for Tantei Kogiki. Oh, thank you. Yep, that's the video we were talking about. Jeez, dude. I like how you perfectly synced that with the cool animation of Final Burst behind it. It's okay, I'll probably still love you. This one I can make you do push-ups. Yeah. That was for some reason that song and everything was... Oh, is it lagging on you? Oh, it is. Come on such a good day. It is, the internet is being dumb. Why though? Why internet people? I haven't had internet problems in so long on stream. Dang it. Dang it. With so many cool people in here. That's very bad timing. PT did it. Yeah, I think it was P-chan's fault. The only thing I can do is reset the internet. But if I do that, they'll restart the stream. It'll do things like make the ads have to play again and whatnot. I'm just hoping it fixes itself. Someone perfectly synced something with something. Oh, Yohei. Yeah, Yohei perfectly synced the, Just go away. No, it's not the computer, it's the Wi-Fi dream. It has nothing to do with the, now if the whole thing keeps freezing, that would be different. Checking the actual... Yeah, DJ, please hack and fix my internet. Let's see. Do we need to heal? We could heal. No, everybody's pretty good on life. Let's just attack. Wait, does she have any other skill? I forget. And not any that we want to use. No, let's save our MP. You think we're back? It's still showing super low internet. I don't know why, but you guys you're back? Is it fluid or is it choppy? Let me check on my phone. Why? Or is it Twitch even? Because it's the connection. The connection has nothing to do with how many things I have on my OBS going. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Just get better. Get better, please. Let me open the Twitch up on here. Danger Kent. You like my stream? That's nice of you. I'm gonna open up mine so that I can see when and how much I'm lagging. Very unfortunate. We probably don't need... This will probably finish him, to be honest. My existence, it's why I can only show up twice a month. Why twice? Did you answer my question? Why twice? Why twice a month? Okay. Tell you what. I guess I can try and reset the internet. Okay? It might show ads twice. Hopefully I'm gonna do it during the ads so that, yeah. So we're gonna take a 2-minute break. It was about time for a break anyway. I'm gonna take a 2-minute break and I'm gonna try and reset the, oh, actually no, it just fixed itself. I'm at full bars. I think we'll be okay, but we're gonna take a break anyway because it's time. 2-minute break. There will be a, I'm gonna type this in. There will be a Japanese question in chat, so make sure to answer that for a chance at 200 experience points and to reflex, right? And I will see you guys in 2 minutes. Tell me if the lag gets better. Well, it'll be in the ads anyway. I don't know. Anyway, see you soon. 2分で休憩いただきます。どこにも行かないでくださいね。
何が出るかな何が出るかな何が出るかなガチャガチャポンちょっと休みなよ
日本語で yellow はなんて言う？黄色 yellow
Heyo, welcome back. Okaide Nasai. You're watching Keen Reflex, and this is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. It looks like, I think it's fixed, so if anybody is still lagging, please refresh. Oh my goodness. Or good for the, yeah, okay. My side was saying that, but I'm glad to confirm it, so thank you. Yes, Uwasa, hearsay rumor. Uwasa? I think you're thinking of Uso, which is very similar. Technically, Uwasa can be a lie most of the time. A lot of the time it is a lie. Okay, so he's transformed. So now I'm pretty sure that for whatever reason, once he turns into Dragoon, I can't use Final Burst or it'll glitch. Not at a 100% rate, but high enough. A high enough rate. I don't remember, does her... Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is, it doesn't say here, but I'm pretty sure if I remember right, this heals like pretty much max life. So I should probably hold on to that just a little bit longer. Too bad Good Morning Mama broke the stream a bit. No, it had nothing, honestly, like I said, it was a connection problem. It had nothing to do with how many things were going on the screen. So don't worry about it. Nothing to do with it. Oh, is that what it was, Pichan? Then yeah, then it was wrong. Because I thought I made it. Because I was trying to think, because there are very similar, very limited sentences that are actually wrong if it's either wa or ga, right? Unless I ask for nuance, which is hard to write that much out. So I thought I tried to do that, and you're right, Pichan. So strike what I just said. If that's you don't want two was, that makes two topics in a sentence. You wouldn't do that. Thank you for correcting me on that. Do you still encounter new kanji often after learning all of the Joyu? So technically no, really, because all of the Joyo kanji, anything that's outside of the Joyo kanji in any kind of newspaper, anything on media, is always going to have the reading above it. So once you know the Joyo kanji, like except for like a flex, there's really no reason to keep studying, to be honest. Even as a Japanese person, in my opinion. If you really love kanji, there are people who go further than that, both Japanese and non. But I mean, I sometimes run into the much less common kanji that I have studied, but I haven't used in like 2-3 years. I can't remember. I think it's new, and then I look it up like, no, I learned this. I just kind of forgot. あ、ニコマルさん、そういえば挨拶するの忘れてた。休憩中に見たから来てくれてありがとうございます、いつも。Oh, and yeah, I forgot. Sorry. Jeez, so many. You guys are crazy in a very good way. Arcane Travel is now redeemed. Both the Pepsi song and the slime book. We'll read that for you in a second. It's wondering if two wow particles in the same sentence will be unlikely or unusual. I'm trying to think if there was any exceptions, but generally two was in a single sentence is not good. So if you see wa early on and then you need a subject later, you'll want to use ga. It's kind of like, I believe it's kind of like, I'm trying to think, there's a kind of similar thing in English. Worse, it's just like bad writing. It's not technically grammatically correct. It's not technically grammatically incorrect. But yeah, ask your Japanese teacher just in case. But I would say don't ever use two was. No, that would still be silly. No. That's a good guess, stream. The topic word getting mentioned twice, that wouldn't be a reason to use wa. No. でもあまり使わない方がいいくらいの、反応の言葉ですか。なんかね、英語の悪口っていうか、そういう言葉は、なんか日本語だと、相手にとって失礼の言葉だけが結構良くないじゃないですか。でも、英語は周りに聞こえる人にも失礼なんだよね。だから例えば周りがクラブ行ってる人とかなんかパリピとかなんていうの普通の生活でめっちゃそのような言葉を使ってるような人たちだったら全然使ってもいいけどやっぱなんかファミレスとかちっちゃい子供がいる家族の隣になんか聞こえるところで Damn it とか叫んでたら多分怒られると思うっていう感じ。まあ、絶対使わない方がいいっていうよりは、そういう人の周りに使った方がいいっていう話かな。About these points, yes. Thank you, Pichan. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Pichan's reiterating, クラウドは髪の毛が尖っている。Exactly. You wouldn't want to say, クラウドは髪の毛は尖っている. They're like, what the hell is the topic? I don't know. You gotta go already? Okay. It's nice to see you, Yohei. Yes. Oh, wow. I'm not caught up at all. Yes, correct. Anything that's not Joyo kanji, they don't expect people. That's why they're called common use kanji. Anything besides those, they will make sure that you know how to read them because they don't expect people to read them. Joyo kanji. Literally means common use. The first character means common, second character means use. Okay, I'm not even close to caught up to chat, but we're going to, we got 2 redeems to do. So I'm going to, the first redeem is an actual, I gotta perform. We're gonna read you a kid's book from Square Enix, a Square Enix kid's book. And the second is basically a video I'm gonna play, so I'm gonna transition right into that, okay? Dang it, who did that? Oh, that bugs me so much. Somebody put a tiny Lego piece between it, and now it's slightly warped. You guys won't notice when I'm reading it to you, but I notice when I set it down. Anyway, okay, we're gonna go see that. I hope I have the scene set up. See you soon. Oh, hi! I didn't see you there. Look, I found this book. It's called Slime Beep Beep Beep. Would you like to read it with me? Great! It says, スライムが現れた. A slime appeared. Beep beep, beep beep beep. Wah wah, wah wah wah. Giza giza, giza up. 猫丸さんこれ知ってる？カクカカカカクカクカクカカカ。とっとっととっとっととっとっととん。おっとっとっとととととぺちゃん。ビヨーン。これ。ねえねえ、これ、息子の。ゾウゾウ、ゾウゾウ、ゾウゾウ、ゾウゾウ。くっつけ、くっつけ、もにゃもにゃもにゃもにゃもにゃ。およよーん。しるるしるしる。ザザザ。スライムは逃げ出した。The slime ran away. Alright, that is that. Thank you so much for reading that book with me. I'm gonna switch right into the Pepsi redeem, so I'll see you soon.
La 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 Pepsi, la 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 Pepsi, la 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 レモンの味が癖になる。La la la Pepsi, la 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 Pepsi, la 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 I love you Pepsi from the Suntory.
Heyo. That's a huge Pepsi. I just realized that. Do we not have that size in the US? That is a Japanese. It's funny. That size is actually like it's sold in the jihanki. The heck is a jihanki in English? Vending machine. For like cheaper than most of the other ones. It's like it's the tall boy. I think it's what we call that size. 猫丸さんの質問だけど、ニュアンス的に悪口っていうニュアンス、悪口なんか難しいよね。ダメって言ってるのが、やっぱ自分、なんか何かの状況について怒ってることを表してるから、悪口っていう悪口ではないけど、そうだね、オーマイゴッドみたいな、でも多分それより、少し強い感じかな。絶対禁止の言葉ではないけど、やっぱ子供の前とか、なんかすごい宗教的な人の前とかではあんま良くないかも。それだけ。まあ、正直に、猫丸さんのキャラは大体、配信見てるところしかわからないんだけど、あんまりその言葉をよく使うようなキャラではない気がするけど、わからない。Does any of the game have orange or midori no slime? The games? I don't know. Well, I think I've seen orange. I think I don't know about who's big on Dragon Quest. Vending machine jihanki. Yeah. The full word is actually jidou hanbaiki, but it's often shortened to jihanki. You don't see them in Europe? Okay, yeah, so I only never really, of course, I've only lived in Japan and the US. So a lot of times I say the US, I mean the West. Including Europe, of course. My bad. Not intentional. Wow. Okay. We're gonna play this game eventually, I promise. Now that we are fighting this guy, I'm gonna use my defensive skills. 和訳だと、畜生なんですよね。そうだよね。で、今の話を聞いたら、日本でも同じような使いの言葉だから合ってるな。意味はそう。だけど多分、なんか違いは、多分、日本では誰の前であっても畜生って言ったら周りの人がただ怒ってるねってしか思わない。でもなんかちっちゃい子供の前でその言葉を英語で言ったらちょっとあんた私の子供の前でその言葉言わないでくれるって言いそう子供が真似しちゃうじゃないかみたいな。ちょっと不思議な感覚。日本語はそういう言葉が何もないと思う。Is it? I think that's how many milliliters it is. I don't remember. I don't have it with me or on me, so I think 750 sounds right. 750 or 800? I don't think, because I think there were 800 cans. I must confess, I had lived in Japan for 20. No, not 20. That's double what I actually lived there for. 10 years. And I actually moved back to the States just a few months ago. So I cannot go check. That actually used to be right outside my apartment. I cannot go outside and check the size. But yeah, I think 750 sounds right. Okay. Let's read a few, play a few, because they're so active and I love it. びっくりした。もう、そうだね。確かに。びっくりしたとき例えば、自動販売機。そう、それ。ありがとう。アイプロ。ね。申し訳ないけど、ちょっと違う気がする。日本語で exercise はなんて言う？ How do you say exercise in Japanese, guys? Oh, my son.
運動 exercise
Yeah, you're lucky. You gotta lay on one. Okay, I want to use Final Burst, but we cannot because it'll freeze. Oh my god の話ね。Oh my god の時はやっぱ、驚いた時は使える。多分、ジャブさんがその話してたかな。Cute! ありがとう。By the way, Pro, I can see that you've clearly come into the stream because you're into studying Japanese, and I love that. That's exactly why you should be here. Have you played or shown interest in The Legend of Dragoon before? Just out of curiosity. I always ask people when they come in, like, what brought you in? The love of Japanese, studying Japanese, or this game, right? And quite honestly, the answer that I'm more hoping to hear is Japanese, because that's what's gonna be what's the word? That's what's always gonna be in this channel. Once I finish this game, we won't be playing this game anymore, right? And then if that was your answer, which I already know, I can tell for you what the answer for that question is. That's why I didn't ask it. But if the answer is I just like this game, then I know you're going to be gone after this game's done. Netflix shows. So, and I'm gonna watch Twitch. Might as well hear some shit. Absolutely. This, by the way, is Legend of Dragoon. As much as I love Final Fantasy, do you now play RPGs in general? It's perfectly okay if you don't, but just curious. Wow! Oh no! I should have had somebody use an item on him. That somebody being Shayna. Oh well. Especially because this timing is super hard. I can never figure out. I don't know what the secret is to that last one. I've gotten it several times, but I never know what I did right, to be honest. It feels like I'm doing the same thing I'm doing on the other ones that I got wrong. That last perfect. Unless they release a remaster or remake. 風呂に入ろうかな。おう。行ってら風呂。But yeah, that's great. I'm glad you came in here to study, because we need more studiers. Kaimono suru is also correct. I am not, you guys. As much as I want you guys to look at the flashcards, I am not looking at them. They are on the far left side of the screen to me. I'm looking at the right and chat. So if you want me to comment on the flashcards, just know that I didn't see it on screen. I wasn't paying attention. Kaimono wo suru, you could say that, yeah. So yeah, for those of you who don't know, like generally you can add wo suru to nouns and it'll make it like a verb, right? But there are lots of nouns that I forgot how it's usually explained, but you can just add suru onto them. And it's technically a new word, a verb, right? So basically, some nouns you can't just put suru right after. some you can. That's actually it. You could always put O. There are flashcards? Whoa, you shut up. You look at the flashcards. Still That's kind of a confusing sentence, but yeah. One human. Shitori. Yeah. Thank you, yeah. Shitori. One human can only track so much. It's not a bad idea to just replace everything with Shitotsu Futatsu, but yeah. People is kind of rude. Should I? I'm going to get more MP. What was it? Sun... Kore? Got 3 of these? Okay. 驚いた、安心したこともある。Oh? Oh? Come on, side. I am on now. I am at an idea. That's 700 kanji with what? That's impressive. That's very impressive. I don't think I can play games in Japanese yet unless I keep looking at words. It's funny. I just I've been using Threads a lot lately, and I had somebody saying the same thing. But they were actually discouraged from it. It seems so. And what I recommended is if you play probably more retro, like Super Nintendo level games, or just games that are initially geared towards children, but adults also love, like Pokemon or Digimon or something like that, right? Or like Yu-Gi-Oh! I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. I don't know why I mentioned Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I don't know of their games that they have, but games like that are generally going to be mostly hiragana. To the point where, because I can tell your level as far as kanji-wise, iPro, and I don't think you're going to see any new kanji in those kind of games. You'll see a lot of new words. But yeah, the reason for the retro games being mostly hiragana is simply space. Putting in, like, each character takes up memory. And so you wouldn't want to put 2136 characters in the game if the majority of them aren't going to be used most of the time. I've been insulted. Who insulted me? So yeah, I would recommend something like that, because I do feel the person on Threads as well, they said that they like to have games fluid, and if they're looking up things left and right, like, that's not fun. I totally agree. If you're learning through something like playing a game, or should we defend, or we're going to use an item? In fact, do we have a heal all item? We do. Wait. Yes. I definitely recommend trying to get like 70 to 80% enjoying and like 20 to 30% looking up stuff and learning. I think that's a good balance to keep your motivation. So try and find a game or book or TV show, anime, song, whatever you like to use for study that has about that ratio, right? And if it's not that ratio, if it's a little harder, just don't look up everything. If you can guess from context, you're like, I don't need to look that up. You know what I mean? Get that balance so that you're enjoying it, because that's actually more important for absorbing it, right? If it's all study, you might as well just be studying from a textbook. And when I'm relieved, I don't use surprised. That's why, oh my god, has a broader meaning. Asekoto? Are there games with furigana? Why do I have to think so hard about the answer to that? I believe so, yeah. I can't see why not. Yeah, there's definitely games with... Who here's seen games with furigana? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Maybe not the older ones. The older ones would probably just have hiragana and no kanji. But furigana, that would be great for study, absolutely. I'm pretty sure. Thank you, Pichan. Yeah, I was sure that Pichan would know the answer to the question. Oddly enough, when I started really playing games in Japanese, even though I made that recommendation, nobody made that recommendation to me early on. So by the time I started playing, I knew a good amount of kanji. So I'm not paying attention to the furigana most of the time. So I was like, wait, did they have it? I can't remember. The Sega Saturn game I'm curious to see in Nihongo, yeah? Which game? I hate textbooks, yeah. You're late! That's okay, we're still fighting the same boss. And it's been so active in chat that... Oh shoot, did I... Oh good, no, I have the right one equipped. That I haven't gotten very far, and it might even glitch. Newer games are likely... Yeah, I was thinking that more of the newer games are likely to have furigana. Especially if it's geared at a relatively younger crowd. Now, like, when I say, like, it's geared towards children, for one, I say that very lightly because a lot of games are geared towards children, but they're perfectly fun for adults to play. So I'm not saying that you're playing childish games. But also, even a Japanese child, like a 5-year-old or, you know, especially like a 10-year-old, he knows pretty advanced Japanese compared to a learner of a second language, right? Don't think of that as a low hurdle. It's actually pretty high. But they will have learned less kanji, and so therefore, kanji-wise, it's easier for you. What time is setting like game with furigana? Yeah. There are games that are specifically for studying Japanese, and like the one I'm making, but those will definitely help out. Okay, we gotta get our dragoons back up. The ch was the intro to cheer me up. From what? Where did you hear it? Pizza, 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 pizza. 日本でもほとんど少ないですね。フリガナが貼ってあるやつ。やっぱりあんまないかな。なんかさ、漢字がまだ、なんだっけ、700ちょっと ?800 以下しか知らない方にとって、やってもそんなに知らなくて済むゲームのおすすめしようとしてるんだよね。だから、やっぱ子供向けのゲームとかはよく、ひらがなばっかり使ったりするからいいかなって思って。ひらがなばっかり使ってるって言っても、まあまあ普通に難しい言葉を使っていると思うから。Albert Odyssey, Legend of the Eldian. I've never heard of that. Oh, it's for children, but played by everyone. Yeah, absolutely. I was really into it when it first came out. Oh, is this shield mean that we can't hurt him? I don't remember this part of the... Let's take this chance. Oh, yeah, now I remember. Yeah, let's take this chance to heal and guard then. He's already full. So should he use... Do we have any that recover half MP? That seems like such a waste when they have half MP left. Now let's just defend. This is gonna hurt, right? You made a sound that sounded like... Oh, I made a sound? That's most likely, yeah. Because I hear that so many times while I'm on break, so I probably get a second in my head. I don't remember it, but I wouldn't put it past me. I take pride in being a fan of childish gamer and other things. Embrace your unique home. Wow, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I was mentioning Pokemon I kind of fell out of, but not because I grew up or anything. Just because for a while there, I kind of didn't like originally because I got so into the originals that when they started adding more Pokemon, like outside of the 151, I'm like, what is this? I don't think I really liked that idea for expanding on it at the time. And then I met my wife, and I think Sun and Moon were out, and she had already bought them. That's actually like our first date. She's like, okay, I got Sun and Moon. Which one do you want to play? So that got me back into it for a while, but then I still like Pokemon in general, but not nearly as people like Pichan, as much as people like Pichan, yeah. I think it's one of those things I just need to not play for a while, and then I'll want to play that, because they're all kind of the same type of game, right? I think I'm just full, and I'll want to play it again soon. ゲームボーイとかは昔のパソコンのスペックの関係で、そうそう、ひらがなが多いですね。でもあるのかな。うん、それ説明してました。そう。What are you doing? Is he still got that? How long is he gonna have this shield on? There we go. I'm keeping up with Pokemon with Ruby and Sapphire released. Alrighty, so. Much introduced me to Albert Odyssey when I was in middle gakko. You're such a dork. It ultimately led me to get a Sega Saturn. Nice. I did have a Sega Saturn, but I didn't play that game. So, demo arigato. Did he put the shield right back up? What the heck? Is that legal? Okay. So, 中学校. That's really cheap. He only puts it down to attack. And then he puts it right back up?
日本語で Dad はなんて言う？お父さん。
Touchan. Touchan is also correct. It's a very casual way to say that, which is okay. Touchan. Why is he so weak against that? He put it back up, guys. Tells us what the heck am I supposed to do if he's got a permanent shield? Daddy. What do they want me to do? Tosan also means bankruptcy. It does, yeah. To go bankrupt. Yeah, but that's been like 5 turns in a row. And Albert is apparently super weak against that attack. It's really hurting him. Maybe I should have chosen someone else. Man, I'm afraid to have her not defend because she's got so little HP. I guess he will heal. What the heck though? Chichue. You could also say chichue. Yep, Tosan, that's kanji for bankrupt, yep. Papa mama mo eigo? Papi mami no imeji wa aru kedo. Daddy mami wa aru. Papa mo mama mo iru ja ieru kedo, hotondo no hito ga mami daddy っていう。マミー、ダディ。で、小学校とか中学校ぐらいの時になったら、それが、Mom, Dad に進化する。子供っぽい言い方はもう恥ずかしい。みたいな。父さん、now I'm poor. Chichouya, yeah, as well. What my wife just typed was chichue, which is like what the children of royalty would usually call their parents, their father. Yeah, it'd usually be... Hold on. Hakone. Daddy to mommy. Daddy. This is for Nekomaru-san. こういう綴りね。でも、パパとママは結構世界共通だと思うんだよね。I feel like Papa and Mama are like universal ways that you can refer to your mother and father. I don't know how common it is in Japan to call Papa Mama, but my wife and her family, that's how they referred to their father and mother, and that's how our sons, they call me Papa and her Mama because of that. Shield's down finally, jeez. I'm gonna get one arrow in and then he's gonna put it back up. 確かに日本だとお母さんから急にお袋になったりするね。 親父とお袋。英語じゃないけど通じるって感じですね。何がだろう。いや、なんか、ママ、パパなんかスペイン語とか You can call your mother, father, mama, papa in English, right? What do you mean daddy and mommy aren't proper spellings? Korean has appa and oma. Yes. Exists in a lot of different languages. Yeah, right? Very useful. We got him in the yellow, guys. It's not bad. Koteheka. Yeah, that's what we call. I haven't heard that joke in a while. Well, how did that start again? Somebody asked how to refer to how they should refer to me, and then somebody responded with Koteheka, which is it's how you refer to the emperor. But how did I decide that we say in English? Your Excellency kind of thing. Koteheka. I mean, it's technically emperor. It's how you refer to the emperor. Yeah. And it was kind of a running inside joke that we call me, Your Highness. Yeah, Your Highness works all around, but I thought we thought of a word that works specifically for emperor. Well, let me look up what the dictionary says. What? It's not. Why is that not? What just happened to my dictionary? Did I accidentally... It gave me German. What happened? Why did it come back to German? No. English, please. I don't know German. Okay, forget about it. Your Highness is fine. Grand Poobah. Kin-sama or Kinyo? No. No, it's King Koteheka. ここだ. Yeah, I don't know if they are. Doitsugo does mean German language, yes. If you're wondering why it's not Jamango, it's because it comes from the word Dutch. Little Typhoon. I swear the voice actors, I mentioned this before, but I swear the voice actors are trying to say it like English, because that didn't sound like he was saying Little Typhoon. Because he's right, it sounded like Little Typhoon. Ouch! You leave her alone. Should I go ahead? I think I'm going to go ahead and put her in yeah, she'll probably finish by the time everybody else gets maxed anyway. She's also got this higher speed than everybody else. Jamango is not a word. That's what I was saying. I said if you're wondering why you say Deutschugo and not Jamango, it's because in Japanese they're referring to the word Dutch and not German. Yeah, no, I know. I read it the same way. Calcis, and I will not. Ich bin Emperor. Just saw that. Okay. If one of them can get one turn, yeah, that's... I have many different titles. Oish! Heaven's Gate. 私もジャーマン語 わからない。あ、言葉じゃない。なんか、英語で、ドイツ語は英語で、German って言うからさ、なんでジャーマン語って言わないかっていう話をしてたら、一人が、ジャーマン語って何って言ってきた。ドイツ語は、ダッチっていう言葉から来てるから。本当はドイツ語では、because in German it's actually I don't know the proper pronunciation, but I'm pretty sure that you say German language in German, you say like Deutsch. Shaman language for shamans by shamans. Oh yeah, Peach was just saying what I was saying. German as it refers German in the German language as Deutsch. Exactly. That's what I was trying to explain. Okay, I think we're gonna beat him this time. I think we are. Give her some more MP. We are going to go Deutschland, yes. We're gonna go ahead and take our break here soon. It'll be a 2-minute break. It's a really good chance for you guys to get some water, go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, do all those things you need to do for self-care, as well as if you're watching on YouTube or sub to the channel, you'll be able to continue to see the flashcards in the middle of the screen. Otherwise, you're not really going to miss anything because we'll be on the back screen. There will also be a Japanese question in chat, so make sure to answer that for a chance at 200 experience and just for good study. Okay? I'll see you guys in 2 minutes. 2分の休憩いただきます。どこにも行かないでくださいね。
支え
Hey, welcome back, Kaiden Asai. You're watching Keen Reflex, and this is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. You found the clip. Sprechen Sie Deutsch. I know how that sounds. I can't imitate it. Koteheka. Yes. This is Koteheka. This is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese. Now, okay, what was I gonna say? I had something I wanted to report. Probably. I forgot. Do we need to heal? We might as well. Posted and picture video, thank you. What clip were we talking about, by the way? What is this? How do you know my favorite color? This is the second time today. There's so many of them in there. Yeah, this is a big boss. And to be honest, I'm going a little bit slow because there's so much chat. But also, did I miss the Pepsi dance? Well, I don't know if you know Arcane, but to get the dance, you gotta redeem it twice in one stream. The first time I show a video that we did show that maybe you missed. Yeah, so we played the... I'm assuming, yeah, second person didn't get it, yeah. So it has an hour-long cooldown, which was redeemed 43 minutes ago. So in 17 minutes, if a second person redeems it, you can make me dance to it, similar to this in this new dance. But for less points. Yes, we've been playing the same boss. He is a big boss, and also we found out that there's a glitch where if I use the strongest attack, it drops the game. So we've actually not only been playing this same boss this whole stream, but we played the same boss for 2 hours, the last 2 hours of the last stream, and didn't finish it. But we have more time today, and we have the strategies, and we know how to not glitch it, so we're gonna beat him. Yeah, I mean, there are stronger bosses, but currently, yeah, it's kind of feeling like that. Who here's beating all the ultimate weapons in Final Fantasy 7? I loved the challenge of beating Emerald Weapon and Ruby Weapon in Final Fantasy 7 was just beautiful. That took me so long, and it was so satisfying when I first beat them. Oh wow, we got him in the red, guys. We might not even want to wait to get max Dragoon level and just evolve. No, what do we call it? Henshin. So to now. I'm rarely on it. I'm your 58th favorite. What does that even mean? Where did number 58 come from? Yeah, somebody else. You could. So one person. Ouch. One person can only redeem it once per stream, and the redeem itself can only be redeemed once every hour. Essence to dance. Is it only? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, it's one redeem for the dance, but it's twice as expensive. Mainly because there's not another version. We don't have a video. Yeah, you're definitely higher than that. I don't know where that came from, but you're definitely higher than that. That really hurt, so maybe I will use... I think I have one more. I do not have one more. Okay. I'll use it on him. He's got more life total, so it means more. Because it does half HP. Watching Watashi no Tamanachi fight Diamond Weapon may have been the first fight ever saw. The first fight you ever saw? Next time returns, maybe second redeem, we'll have her do it live. Oh, when she returns to the US, yeah. The wife is in Japan right now. She's probably asleep by now. I don't know. Oh, no, she's not. I just realized, yeah, no, she just lied to me a second ago. Wasarete top. Stop that. Do I have revive items? Oh, no, that wasn't it. Okay, well, you know what? Time to go all out. He's in the red. Dang it! Kane is one person I needed to survive this battle. I'm not going to restart it because of it. But that's really... We'll see. I've heard of sleepwalking, but sleep sliming? Man, because she was gone from the storyline for a long time, so her experience is really low. And that's part of the reason why her HP is like less than half of everybody else. Oh, no, do not use that. That freezes it. I almost went for it, guys. Ah, I didn't even get 3. Dang it. Going to, as the kids no longer say, YOLO him? Yes, I'm gonna YOLO him. You only live once. Which I think everybody uses like the opposite way, right? That's like Pepsi, but I have headache because of the low caffeine, so I have to drink Coke. Hold on. Nice English, by the way. いきなり超自然な英語が出てきた。I'm in between dungeons, so this is the only time I can see and not be fine. What are you playing? Final Fantasy 14? No. I didn't realize there were so many items. I was trying to whip around. Oh no, we don't have any H. No. Okay, well you go all out too. You YOLO, I guess, as well, because you can't. There's no more healing allowed. We have to YOLO. Our healer died, and we don't have any healing items left. How long did it take you to learn Joyo Kanji? Do you remember? Well, like I said, I was majoring in Japanese, and 2 of those years I was studying abroad as well. So I was kind of being pushed to learn a lot. I wasn't originally very much into kanji. I started to like it as I got further. I know a lot of people are like super into it right from the beginning, and they're learning so much kanji and not even really Japanese. I wasn't one of those people, but basically by the time I graduated, I'm pretty sure I knew all the Joyo kanji. I want to say it's like 4 or 5 years ish. Of all of the main 4 proficiencies, is actually my least favorite, my least proficient. Now that doesn't really matter as much once I get to the level, but speaking, listening, well, I guess reading and writing would both be those proficiencies. Speaking and listening was definitely more my forte than kanji, reading and whatnot. Is my posture bad? I have a standing desk, and yet I still like lean on it. Yes, back to spending all my points. Get that. Thank you. これの方が多くカフェインが入ってる。で、コカ・コーラの方が多くカフェインが入ってて、だからなんだっけ。どっち？コカ・コーラの方がカフェインが多いから普通にならないって英語になってた気がするけど。 OK、もしかしたらその逆？コカ・コーラの方がコーラ自体はカフェインが多いから頭痛になる。あれ？ No, that's not the one I wanted to use. I was YOLOing. Dang it. I was thinking of chat. I wasn't looking at my screen. Like I wasn't reading. I was just guessing where the skill was for some reason. Do the math when Pokemon Sun New were new. You and Adi-san have been together about 6 years married. Then about 6.5 years together. So yeah, good guess. 住む場所や職場の環境によっても情緒感じが違うから。そうなの？その2936決まってるんじゃないの？そうだったの？初めて聞いた。カフェインを取りすぎて取らないと。Hey, well, oops,ちょっと待って。I forgot to turn it on. But also, you turned my camera off and then redeemed something that requires the camera, you jerk. Hey, there we go. Sorry, that's supposed to be on. Okay. Okay, give me a second. Attack this. What? I did not. I absolutely... I think I thought I double tapped. I don't think I double tapped. Yeah, the thing about marrying fast, I actually was always opposed to that, and then I realized, when you know, you know. It was just very obvious to me that I was going to end up marrying this woman, so there was really no point in waiting. 日本人としての感覚ですよ。ああ、そういうことね。規定は金さんの方が詳しいはず。かな? Well, it didn't kill my camera. You switched me to video game Keen. But I think it actually still works because I actually have 2 cameras and I use a different one for the... Let me see if I can do it without switching it back. I'm actually curious. So, that Arcane has redeemed the SNS in our dance. We'll do that and then we're going to finish off Dole. I promise we're going to beat him. We will beat him. Okay. Yunin wasn't enough for even someone as gifted as Keen since they studied abroad a couple years to Mana, but all 20... Well, I was in college for 5 years. Because I studied abroad for 2 years, it kind of extended my, yeah, I didn't get enough credits after 4. So, I don't remember exactly at what point I was like, oh, that's all of them. Because then I was still, of course, reviewing them, you know, and like you don't really know when you mastered, quote unquote, mastered it. But, so I was done technically with Japanese studies at 4 years, but then I was still studying by myself and whatever last year, and even after that, that's why I guessed 4 to 5 years.
Attack.
What's up, bud? What? What are you doing? Okay, once this gacha is done, what's up?
Attack.
There, go wash your hands. Okay, give me a sec. I'm gonna have my son wash his hands, and then we'll do that lesson that's redeem again. Okay. Okay, this should work even though the camera's down that way because it's a second camera. Let's see. Okay. It does.
Set sail. Want it. Followers, gimme. Followers, cause I'm an SNSner. Cause I'm an SNSner. Want it. Followers, gimme. Followers, cause I'm an SNSner.
I'll get it in a second, bud.
I'm an SNSner.
It's in the other room, bud. It's in your bedroom. Yes, I do. I have one camera right in the middle of my monitors, and I got another one on the left. The one on the left is actually the slightly cheaper camera, and that's the one I use for those redeems where you see the non-green screen. Does studying abroad put you ahead of the other gakusei? So, can I answer a different question? Does studying abroad put you ahead of the other gakusei? Absolutely. There was a big gap between the people who had studied abroad and those who hadn't once they came back and were taking the same classes as the other students that hadn't been studying abroad. It definitely made a big difference. I was already far ahead before I studied abroad because I was a little crazy. I am very ADHD in that I'm really, like, for years even, hyper focus on something that I'm interested in. And like, I was like 24/7 studying Japanese. I'd be like taking a jog and listening to Japanese lessons, and like, I never got bored of it. No. Thank you. So yeah, I was already ahead, so it's, yeah, you know. To answer that question, it's a little bit weird. But yeah, absolutely. That being said, can you obtain fluency without studying abroad? Absolutely. Because like I said, I already was before I went. But I think it does really put you in a situation where you can be motivated all the time, and you can put yourself in situations where you can only use Japanese if you're in Japan. So of course it'll help. I recall I got them for origami folding on stream, but wow, that was just well remembered. Exactly, that's why I got it. It fizzled out fast for two reasons. One, there were certain people who were like, oh, well, I don't actually want to sub because then I'm making you stop the stream to fold this. And two, my ADHD, I got bored of it fast. I'm like, I don't want to. I'm done. I thought I was really into folding origami for like 2 to 3 weeks. Come on. You got it, Dart. No double tapping. Still never gonna get it perfect. Almost similar to what I've been past few months. Nice. I'm sorry, Arcane. I never read this. I'm helpful not with completing games with testing set. Did we just win? Did we just beat him? How long did... It's been 2 hours on this stream? Oh my goodness. I don't think this would take you 2 hours if you weren't streaming it, guys. Sorry. 強くなったな. You've gotten stronger. This is King Albert's... 過去よりも知るべきは未来。ロイドを追うがいい。奴は西の国。ディベロヤでだ。ディベロヤ。奴が全てを知るだろう。行くがいい、知るがいい。世界を全てを。Why is he suddenly being a good guy? Okay, so when they're doing... Oh. I can't translate when they don't give me much time through these, but I'll summarize in a second. Because this is real time, they don't stop between phrases. Essentially saying you got stronger, you should go after Lloyd. And learn everything you got for the sake of the world, for the sake of everything, kind of thing. Now I can sleep. Finally, Peachan, you're finally allowed to sleep, if you must. What was I gonna mention? Shayna didn't get it. The dead people didn't get experience, did they? Oh, that's what I was actually going to ask Nekomata-san. Arigato. Ojiue, yappari. So, the first thing that he said, I skipped over it. because I wasn't sure of the reading, but you know how you say chichue? It's for usually royalty, their father, and the kanji was for uncle, but it had the way I was like, is that how would you pronounce that? Nakamoto's sons confirmed it's ojiue, which I'm assuming just like chichue, Albert is royalty. It's how you refer to your uncle for your royalty. I got distracted, so I couldn't keep interrupting you. Yeah. I need to risk a burning rush in non-special mode. It doesn't have the complicated shifting background. That's probably right. I don't know if I'd want to risk it at that point. I'd be too scared, but you're probably right. It probably wouldn't have broken it. Cut up. Okay. I've been studying 24/7. Then while I was constantly going overall, yeah, your the progress is very fast. I can tell you're studying very hard. Is that why he? Okay, I thought it was because he beat the game. We beat not the game. This boss. Okay, I'll do the Pepsi dance, man. Just standing here dancing all day. Here we go.
La 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 Pepsi. La 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 Pepsi. La 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 lemon no 味が癖になる。La la la Pepsi. La 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 Pepsi. La 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 I love you Pepsi. From the Suntory. Yeah.
Kino dancing stream when. Yeah, so originally it was the Pepsi song. My wife recommended putting a second one to the dance because it's embarrassing and I'm not really a dancer. It's not really that embarrassing anymore, but yeah, it was that. And then it evolved into having the SNS or dance, and now I just have too many dancing redeems, to be honest. Like the theme of the stream has suddenly become dancing. I've always been adverse to hard work, to be honest. It doesn't really seem like work to me. Yeah, I never thought of Japanese as difficult in the meaning of like hard to keep focused on. It was just a time-consuming process, if that makes sense. But I think that's how I feel about anything that I get addicted to. What did we win from that fight? That was a storyline fight, so nothing really. Oh, you know what we did win? Is we're gonna get, well, it's actually technically a spoiler. I'll tell you when it happens in like 2 minutes. So eager to katakana o manabu. I went from being familiar with maybe around 9 つ katakana to finding them all memorized, and nice. 何食べてんの？ポップターツ。あんま好きじゃないこの味。s'mores? I don't think I really like s'mores flavored Pop-Tarts as much as the other flavors. As much as like I like s'mores themselves. Maybe it's because I didn't... 多分焼いてないからかも。焼いた方が美味しいかも、この味は。OK。おじえ。いいえ。デュエル皇帝の野望は、ついえました。ついえましたって何？誰と話してんの君。俺、配信中だぞ。I'm under arrest. Why? Okay, give me a second. I actually, ついえるっていう単語かな? I need to look up this. ついえる. Interesting. That would have been... I wonder if the kanji is not usually used for this, because it's the... It actually makes sense. This kanji, by the way, which is usually like, well, expense, cost, right? I guess consume and waste, so it's to be used up. In this case, it's talking about not his funds, but his ambitions. Yabo. I'm actually suieru is such a high level word that I just learned it, so I'm actually not going to put that on. I don't think you're going to use it very often. Albert's royalty, he uses big words sometimes. But what is a very useful word, not just because it's high level, but high level word also means very uncommonly used and therefore not that useful, if that makes sense. But this is actually used much more commonly. Yabo, yabo means ambition. So my uncle, Emperor Jules' ambitions have run their course. That's kind of what it's saying. Ambition, yabo. Oh, 夢は消えたとか。そうなんだ。So you can use it for dream as well. 消える野望があったけど、それが叶わなかったってこと。うん。叶わずに終わってしまったみたいな。かな。まあ、今回の場合、そうだけど。今回の場合そうだけど。OK, OK. ありがとう。What's your favorite archaic word? Arcane. Archaic? What are we talking about, Dr. Stam? Oh, yeah. Same. The right character is the same as Gumball, yes. And Gumball is kind of ambition as well, but a little bit, the nuance is different. 今回の場合は野望が消えたですね。ね。Okay. Hope. Does Gumball come up as hope in the dictionary? That would make sense. Yeah, desire, wish, aspiration. Yeah. Yeah, that's more like really hoping something to come true. Yabo is more like an ambition to, like, in this case, he was, working really hard for his dream, essentially. Archaic, in case anybody doesn't know, basically means a very old-fashioned, uncommonly used word. Yeah, I gotcha. This particular, although my explanation might have seemed that way, isn't necessarily, this word isn't archaic. I think just in language study, what people think of as like low-level words are not necessarily low-level. They're just better for the low-level learner because they're used so freaking often. They're super important. Whereas high-level words are used so uncommonly that they're not very beneficial for a low-level learner to learn, because it's like getting 5 experience points when you need 2,000 to level up. It's not nearly as useful as learning a word that's going to give you 500 experience points, basically. You know what I mean? Because you're going to use it all the freaking time. So I was just saying uncommon, but archaic, I don't know. I can't, that's a great question. I can't think of an archaic word in English or Japanese that I necessarily like. Oh, is this Eddie-chan's archaic words? Because I don't even, 何これ? 何の話? 豊かな音読みなんだっけ? 個人有質だっけ? 何これ? 身長の野望をついた. Okay. 長きにわたり. Oh no, not Albert, stop. Just talking like my wife is right now. 誰やねん. 長きにわたりセルディを分断してきた無益の争いに何この人終止符を打つことができるでしょう. I don't like this guy. He's making me look bad. 豊臣秀吉か。ありがとう。豊臣秀吉。At long last, 長きにわたり. The war that was tearing Sildio apart has come to an end. He used a bunch of big words, but that's what he's saying. 織田信長という昔の人です。 それとも、うん。人は知ってるけど、漢字をパッて見てもわからないな。一応英語で、そういう、日本語と日本の歴史同時に学んだけど、歴史の方はよく英語で学んだから、ローマ字で、あなたの笑いのネタ知ってる。さあ、せん。さあ、せん。Okay. Why is this part of the game so quiet? Let's continue. Gotta get music back. 一応その漢字見たことあるはず。だけど、やっぱ名前は難しい。これで皆さんの旅も終わりですね。It looks like this is the end to everybody else's travel trip. Basically everybody's reason for fighting up till now was just finished by him dying. But we're not even close to the end of the game, so it's not gonna end. アルバートさん、絶対日本人じゃないのに難しい日本語ばっかり使ってる。絶対日本人じゃないっていう。田中角栄。田中角栄。By the way、ないんで、ちなみに私は名前しか知らないから、全然詳しくないです。田中角栄。これで皆さんの、旅も終わりですね。まだだ。What? Is he gonna say I still need to chase the black monster? まだ終わっちゃいない。It's not over. この旅はシェーナがさらわれた時始まったんだ。This, why am I not thinking of a better word for trip? This journey, that's a good better word. This journey started when Shayna was kidnapped by Dole that we just killed. Or at least under his command. そして、ラビッツが殺され、シェーナの謎を残したまま、奴はティベルアに向かった。ティベルアって変な名前。And Yats, so Lloyd, he's talking about Lloyd, but they use the ambiguity, that bastard, I guess, killed Lavitz and left us with the mystery of why Shayna was captured in the first place, and headed for Dibelloa. What do I do though? I'm going after Lloyd. That's not what I was expecting. I couldn't remember why they decided to continue here, but that wasn't the reason that I thought. やつからすべてを荒かしてみせる. I'm gonna make him shed light on everything. I don't even try reading Japanese names. Seems like a science on its own. Yeah, because what it is each kanji obviously has multiple readings, both onyomi and kunyomi. And there's no rules when it comes to names. You can use either of the main ones, or there's a million uncommon readings that are barely used in actual reading, but they exist, and you can use those for the reading. Sometimes you don't even follow the rules. So yeah, no, I'm actually pretty bad at names as well, unless they're the more common variety. Would you like my Pop-Tart? And then in about 4 minutes, no, you can take it. In about 4 minutes, I'll get you some cereal too. Which one? いいよ、どっちでも. Okay, ありがとう. 私も行く. Shanna says, I'll go too. 私は希望する. I haven't 乗りかかった船 in terms of going without knowing 日本語. Okay. 希望する, by the way, is a great word to say I want, but more politely. Oh, that's what you're going for, because the word 希望する means hope. I don't know if I'd use it like that, but okay, yeah. I hope I haven't. Yeah, anyway. Haven't. No, you haven't. なんで日本語が、発売するゲームって外国人の名前ばっかりなのか？じゃあなんか日本人でも海外が好きなんじゃない？ボイデク、確かに。カタカナの名前が難しい。 I don't even try reading Japanese name. Oh, I already read that. I was going backwards apparently. There's no sure way to get the correct reading. If it's a common name, then memorizing that last name would be a sure way. And like you would know, if you know a lot of names, for a while, I actually put an Anki of names because I was trying to get better at them. For last names, there's a limit. You could memorize all the last names. First names, there's common ways to spell, but just like in English, people like to break those rules and, but yeah. Having no rules is kind of a rule. Kinda. I mean, there's not no rules, but like there's no rules as far as which reading you use. Vocab, you can definitely, there are a lot of patterns. For example, I'm sure you know this, but when you have 2 or more kanji in a row, it's almost always going to be the onyomi. Almost. There are exceptions. If you have, of course, hiragana after the word, or it's just one character, it's almost always the kunyomi. There's things like that. So you can kind of tell, even if you've seen a new word, how it's going to be pronounced. And by the kanji, a lot of times you can guess what it means. Kobayashi sensei was actually my teacher when I was studying abroad. I love Kobayashi sensei. Tell me what reading makes most sense actually sounds sort of like a fun challenge. It can be sometimes. With names, I get a little bit annoying. I get a little bit annoyed. 乗りかかった船は日本人でも説明難しそう。なんかね、多分このゲームで覚えたから、その左下の、カードにある。Also, I'm a little bit late, but thank you for the lurk, Pretty. Appreciate it. Guys, go check out Pretty. Super cool dude. What if I told you it was Obayashi? Then you'd be lying. You've actually run into a person that has Kobayashi as Obayashi? I'd believe it, to be honest, but I think that's less common. Forget the proper verb for kibo. Well, like the way that you used hope, that's like a want, right? That's more of a grammar word, so you wouldn't use. That's a different lesson. Sorry, we have a break very soon, and I'm trying to catch up with chat, and it's not happening. It's actually going to start in 5 seconds. So I'm going to say really quick. Go stretch your legs and all that, and make sure to answer their questions. It's going to be in chat. I'll see you guys in 2 minutes. Okay, you won't miss anything. We'll be on break. 2分の休憩いただきます。Okay, wait. 行かないでくださいね。 Okay, welcome back. Okaide Nasai. You're watching Keen Reflex, and this is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. My goodness. Let me just catch up a little bit with chat. John said, Kimaru bata. Yeah. Dias. Yeah. David ka. 覚えにくい。わかる。マジわかる。Nozomu, thank you. Pro, that is a good word for, to hope, to want something, absolutely. ポケモンの前ならすんなり覚えられるわ。なんで? Now, Pokemon's names, they're all kind of puns, even in Japanese, so they're somewhat easy to remember. But like the words, the names for skills in the Japanese version of Dragon Quest games, they're technically based loosely on words that are very not used very often. They're very hard to remember. That was quick. What was this? Hometer. Never seen the kanji. Yeah, the kanji itself is a little bit difficult, to be honest. But it's a word that I'm sure you've heard of, hometer, which means to compliment, to flatter. I'm a noob, so I don't know enough not to butcher Nihongo. That's okay. You don't have to keep making excuses, Dream. Just make mistakes. It's okay. 不思議やわ。OK。人間は日本語の名前を覚えやすい。そういや、でも読みにくいって話してたよね、みんなで。漢字のルールがないから、日本語の名前。お世辞。Was Oseji up there? Oh, flattery, yes. Oseji is more like flattery. Hometer is more like proper complimenting. ビラージのことも、ディアス皇帝の言葉も何も分かってないのよ。Okay, so she says, I'm gonna go too. I still don't know anything about the Virages, or anything about Emperor Diaz. Diaz's words. So that's why she wants to know. 私の旅もこのまま終わらない。私もダートと行くわ。So my journey is not here either. I'm gonna go together with Dart. Or maybe if she's speaking directly to him, I'm going to go together with you. In case you guys didn't know, even when you're speaking directly to a person, in Japanese, more times than not, rather than using any word to mean you, you say their name, which is weird in English, probably normal in Japanese. In fact, it's probably the most common. So that's why that particular sentence was a little bit hard to translate. She looks like she's looking at him, but I wasn't sure if she was saying to everyone. Oops, I skipped over because I dropped my controller. To everyone, I'm gonna go with Dart. Or if she's looking straight at him, be like, I'm gonna go with you. Right. You know that one? Yeah. Oseji is like hometer, but it's when it's used, it's basically saying it's kind of an empty compliment. But what you would usually say it as the person who's been complimented, like oseji arigato, right? You're saying, oh yeah, thanks for the insincere compliment, because you're being humble, right? You can't possibly think that highly of me. 漢字で1なんだけど、この前って、2の前って読むんだぜ。あ、この漢字 ?2 の前知らなかった。2の前っていう読み方あるんだ。これってどういう意味になる？Sechi is closer to, yeah, kind of complimenting someone when you don't... No, that's not how I would say it. Over-complimenting someone. But it's usually used as the person who's been complimented. You would say to the person, oh, that was oseji. Haha. And you're kind of like being humble, like pushing it off. Like, I know you're just being nice. That's what it's for. It's hard to say like negative, but kind of. But you would use it as the person who's been complimented. You wouldn't usually say, I'm a nice person, I give people lots of oseji, right? Not necessarily negative connotation, but it has the connotation of you're saying it to be nice. Which is not necessarily negative, if that makes sense. It is still a nice thing. 名字なんだけどね。そういうことか。As Nekomura-san saying, you know this character Ichi is just one line. It can be read as in a name as Ninomae. It's crazy. Couldn't that be interpreted? No, no, no. It's not that strong. It's like saying, it's like someone complimenting you and being like, "Oh, you're just saying that," right? You are a liar is flat up like confrontational, right? It's definitely not a confrontational thing to say. Actually, no, no. Yeah, I think what all of you guys are thinking are a little bit too negative. Too negative. Yeah, it's not that negative. Especially with the culture, because it's oseji is still a very polite thing to do, to say something just to be nice, right? あなたこのなんだっけ陰謀なんだっけこれが、なんであれ月の宝玉が影となっているのは確か。So regardless, I believe this means motives, right? But I forgot how it's read. Whatever that man's motives are, he does have the what is it called in the English version? The moon gem. And that's apparently a key to something. I mean, I bet you if I just look up the word motive, that word will come up. It's at least motive, if not what's the word? Like hidden motive, whatever you call that. Motive didn't come up actually. Let me wait for somebody to tell me how it's. 陰謀、ありがとう。あれ、さっきの、推測の一つ陰謀って言わなかったっけ？ちょっと経った？ Okay. Motive, scheme, plot, kind of the same thing. But yeah, it's usually kind of shady because this first word literally means shade. And the other one's like just conspire to plan, like evil planning, right? Agenda. In this case, you might call it agenda, yeah. なんだっけな、この読み方前調べた。有翼人ではない気がする。あり翼人？違う。有翼人。本当は存在しない言葉だけど。策略わかりますか？それと似た。策略ね。ちょっと、悪の策略じゃない有翼人Okay. Yeah, not necessarily inherently insincere, correct. 古代有翼人の魔力が、潜められた、神器。それがディベロの矛で、幸いまあいいや、の歌手になることは止めなければなりません。Every time Albert speaks, I slow down. 災害、ありがとう。厄介の回だから、あれ ?Y じゃないよねと思った。ありがとう。災害。Is Oseji like 相づち Well, 相づちis saying words to show that you're listening. あ、なるほど。Right, that's 相づち。So a little bit different. Oseji, a good example. Whoa. Do it one more time. I don't know if you can hear him. He's going na 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 na. That's a proper way to say zero. Most common way is to say zero. There is also a proper Japanese word, rei. but you usually say zero. Hidane, arigato. Even you don't really agree, kind of lying a little bit. Are you talking about oseji still? If you don't really agree, kind of lying a little bit. Yeah, so it's kind of like when you speak like one word in Japanese and they're like, ah, Nihongo jouzu. That's kind of oseji. They're like, they're preemptively kind of, they're surprised that you even study at all, and so they want to compliment you, but they kind of overdo it. Oseji no aizuchi. So I'm not quite sure exactly what you were referring to when you say they're similar. Maybe they are. But essentially, oseji is like over complimenting someone, whereas aizuchi is it's all of those things. Like in English, aizuchi are things like the word like. I kind of use it a little bit too much. I was born close to California. Like, no, sorry, that's not quite aizuchi. Those are filler words. Sorry. Things like, oh, cool. Uh-huh. Really? Like those, that's aizuchi. That's all those words that are like, they don't really have meaning, but they're showing that you're listening to the person. In Japanese, it's actually 9 times out of 10, it's the word hai. If you're listening to your boss explain something, you'll hai. Hai, hai. Hi. Oh, hi. And like that's what you're saying like the entire time. Aizuchi is used more often in Japanese than English, and that's why there's a proper word for it. I think we probably have a word for it in English, but it's more common. Anyway. Totally like the word like, man. Totally far out, dude. Yeah, right? Dream understands. Not good idea to clip that, Aiden. No, you can if you want. Okay, what were we talking about? Albert says the ancient winglies. Oh, okay, yeah, that the moon tier thing, the moon that artifact is a. I forget how we usually translate this in English, but it's literally a god's tool, or god's 新規で英語なんだっけ? Literally, these two characters is God and then not tool, but container, right? So it's usually some kind of item that holds power of the gods. It's used a little bit differently in every like story. You won't really see this word outside of either religion or anime and video games. I can't even find. There it is. Oh, Jingi, I'm sorry. I would have... Shinki だと思う。あ、いや、Shinki っていう読み方もある。Yeah, sacred treasure. Really? Okay. Yeah. It specifically comes, I guess, from the Sword Jewel in the Mirror story. Holy vessel, yeah. Sacred artifact, yeah, like those things. Shinki. Shinki ka Jingi ka. Okay, anyway, this artifact holds the magic power of the ancient Yuinglies that will surely become a seed of destruction in the hands of or seed of destruction within Dibirua. So I need to stop it. Basically, that's going to cause a lot of trouble in Dibirua, and I'm a king or an emperor. What is he again? I'm a king. I need to stop him. Albert's a king, but he's literally lost all of his people, so he's kind of like yeah. 私も共にディブルへ行きます。一時王の、身分をして、一人のドラグーンとして、決してラビッツも反対しないはずです。I'm gonna go with you to Diboloa. I still can't figure out how to pronounce this name in English. I'm going to temporarily not renounce, but kind of forget. Let's just say renounce my myself as king and fight as a single Dragoon, I'm sure Levitz would agree. Money was missing for the SNES might be where I first saw the word artifact. Oh. See how we connect memories to the words when we first learn it? That's exactly why I say that we should add flashcards when we learn the new word, because then when we see, instead of getting somebody else's flashcards. Because, like, say you were doing English flashcards and the word artifact popped up, you'd be like, oh yeah, I remember, I learned that when I was playing Mario is Missing. I actually remember, it's funny you say that, Dream. I remember I learned the word lackadaisical from this game. He's already said it. This guy that I keep complaining about is Japanese. He's a king, and he uses a bunch of stupid big words. And even in the English version, he used like the word lackadaisical. I'm like, what the heck is that? I learned that like in high schoolish from this game. It helps a lot when trying to remember, right? Rose, onushi wa dou suru nja? So Hachel's asking, he says, Rose, what are you going to do? 言ったでしょ? 私のあんたたちに興味があるって. I've already told you. I'm interested in you guys. それじゃあ, so you mean, or so that means, 私がいないと不安でしょ? You'd surely be worried if I wasn't with you, right? Worried as in like for your own safety. Whenever Mario's Missing was a legend back in the day in Japan, all sorts of rumors about it. Really? Nobody around me knew about it when I found it, and I was just excited to find a Luigi game, and then I played it, and it was like, oh, what is this? Did you guys enjoy that game? I tried to. 妖精が止めに行くなら、わしに役目も終わりじゃな。え? If Rose is going with you, then what's the word? I have no reason to go with you. But Yakume is purpose. My purpose is finished. Because he was only here to protect them. I like how the PC version has voices for the Kokupa. What's the Kokupa? Did you enjoy it? I really wanted to. I think it was too educational. It was a lot of history things, right? Koopalings? Koopa? Are you sure? Ah, that's what I thought. Yeah, Kokupa. That was close. So close. Kokupa. Because it's literally... Come on. Because Koopa is Bowser and Colt is a child, right? I didn't actually know that, but I kind of figured when I saw it, it was Kokupa, not Kokupa. Koku is chef. Small Koopas, yeah. No, it's okay, that's okay. You'd heard of it and I hadn't. Hashiru, doku ni iku nda? Hashel, where are you going? Korea, what's this? This is the quote unquote. This is what we gained from beating that boss. Dragoon, ね。集まるんじゃないの? なんだっけこの読み方は。集まりしところ。どうなる? 戦いあり。ドラグーンは彼氏ところ。静かなる? かなる時訪れる. Stop speaking in poems. The place where dragoons gather, will be where fighting exists, where dragoons disperse. The time for dragons to disperse is when peaceful times come upon us. Essentially, in super poem form, dragoons tend to... All of these other people are dragoons except for this guy. And she's saying in a poem, or probably from a long time ago, means dragons tend to gather when fighting is necessary, and they won't part until the time for them to part is when peace has come upon the land again, basically. Which means you can't leave. You are a dragoon. Dragoon. Dragoon どいしところ。動かなる戦いあり。ドラグーンツなんだったっけそのツってなってる感じが。どいしいところ。ありがとう。正直にその世の日本語を覚えなくていいと思う。だから教えてくれてありがとう。難しい。あ、大丈夫大丈夫大丈夫。あ、集い。そういうことね。うんうんうん。It's actually a debate in like a forum where at least Studio was claiming that they were always the Koopalings and never the Koopa kids, but someone also mentioned Kokupa was the Japanese word. Okay. So, well, I'm sure the Japanese never changed, but like Princess Peach changed, right? The translation. そうでしょ、意味は同じですから。そう。意味は分かってた。運命の鎖を断ち切るのは、あなたの自由よ。Yeah, so after I explained that, right, his fate is to go with them. So she says, of course, you're free to go against fate if you so wish, right? That's up to you. 答えはこいつが出してくれとるわ。So this little guy has answered my question for me. That was where I first saw the word kokupa. Interesting. ドラゴンスピリットがスピリッツじゃないんだが俺たちを導いてる。The dragon spirits are guiding us. That's funny because like when talking about spirits, like the alcohol spirits, it's spiritsu. But this spirit is spirito. あれショーが終わった Nice. That was actually my favorite character. Well, no, not my favorite. Second favorite character in this game. He just got his Dragoon spirit, so I'm excited. Are you buffering? I could be wrong, but Chikuchu this. Oh yeah, this is the second disc. I could be wrong, but I think I'm okay on my side. You might try refreshing this. If multiple other people are buffering, let me know. But my data says I'm okay. That doesn't necessarily always mean that we really are. So I always found the Koopalings interesting. Maybe it's because I watched the cartoons. 第二章、黄色の影。あ、銀色の影。Okay. Shadow of the silver shadow. Chapter 2. You're free to sever the chains that bind you from the opening. Oh, really? Is that what they say? Pretty cool. Yeah, that's translated better. I'm translating quickly. Come on, Twitch. Ichiwe need to go? What? One up, two to go. Remember when I talked about Dream? About, about phrases in English that sound like a turn of phrase? Did you not say ue? One up, two to go. In fact, I think it's one down in English. One down, two to go. I think, were there 4 chapters? I don't remember. I thought there were 4 discs. So 3? この川、湖の香りがするわ。違う。塩の香りがするわ。This river smells like salt. Mitch that. Yeah. I'm on disc 2. Yeah, that's what it was doing. It was checking for the... Did you see that? It was loading, but it said checking disc. It was loading the second part. 海が近いからの because the ocean is close. 橋がどうしたんじゃ? What happened to the bridge? What? What's wrong with it? I don't see anything. Oh, Hasha was asking him, what's so interesting about the bridge that you're crouching down? My bad. Couldn't see his Twitch was buffering badly for me in hand. Oh, okay. Sorry. Kurehashi って書いてある. That's the name of his daughter. It says, Claire Bridge. お母さんと同じ名前なんだ. Oops, did we know it was his Hashel's daughter? Did I just... If not, I'm sorry. It's the same name as my mom, Dart says. ほう、わしの、家出娘のクレアじゃよ. Oh. Same as my daughter who ran away. Okay, if it was a spoiler, it was like 2 seconds before it happened. Sorry. I have played this game before, but yeah. 英語でもいいもの、集いしのように意味は同じだけど、違う言い方のものはありますか？英語でも今の集いしのように意味は同じだけど、違う言い方のものはありますか？うん。いろいろありますけど、例を出してって言われたら、要は類義語ってこと？そういうなんか詩のようなすごい昔ながらの言い方もあったりするし、普通に類語もあるし。1スター doesn't work in 日本語? So what? I don't mean this in any what's the word? Rude or patronizing way. But I'm curious. I'm trying to figure out how to ask this. Why? Please don't take this the wrong way, but why do you think that would work in Japanese? No, it's just I don't know what I want to say. I can hear it in my mind and it sounds rude. I don't mean it in a rude way. Why do you think ichishita would work as one down? Because my mind doesn't, and I ask that. Yeah, not in a rude way, but my mind does not, like, recognizes one down as clearly a very English-only way to say something. Like, it's not, it's essentially like a turn of, I believe it'd be a turn of phrase. If it's not, it still just doesn't seem like I would think, my mind doesn't think that that would be translated directly into any language, if that makes sense. And so I'm trying to understand your thinking. In a flashback, she had dark hair like yours. Probably nothing, no. なんていうか話すときに、圧倒感を持たせる言い回し的な。ちょっと説明難しい。普通にあるけど、また同じこと言っちゃうけど、例は今ごめんなさい、思いつかない。Not thinking was probably the problem. No, and I don't want you to think that I was in any way insulting you. That's not what I mean. I'm trying to figure out the nice way to ask that. That doesn't mean you're not smart. We think differently, that's all. I'm trying to understand a different person's way of thinking because my mind notices that pattern, things that most likely aren't translated that way, if that makes sense. I've never heard another language that also uses one down as an expression. Yeah, an expression. So I gave the advice the other day that when you're trying to study another language and practice that language, you should try and think as much as you can in that language. And by the way, for context, Dream is very new to Japanese and is actually improving very quickly. So it's nothing on that. But yeah, try as much as you can to think in that language and use, rather than try to translate things you want to say in English, think of thoughts that you want to say and think of the words you already know in Japanese to try to express that, rather than think in English than translate directly. And a big reason for that is a lot of things, especially between English and Japanese, do not translate directly. But also, the advice that I gave was anytime you're thinking of translating something from English to Japanese or any other language, if there's any words that you think are a turn of phrase, like I used the example kick the bucket, know that it's most likely not going to translate directly, right? Think of the actual meaning. If you want to say, that guy kicked the bucket, think about the meaning and translate it into Japanese as that guy died, because that's what you're trying to say, right? If you translate it to aita bucketsu kitta, then that's literally going to mean he kicked a bucket, right? Ikka does have a different meaning. Try and always be thinking of that when you're thinking of things into translating into English. So familiar with no much of anime and fan books in the past. Hey Mars, where's that metal deal you used to do? Dig food? A spoon? What? Oh, you used to dig food? A spoon? Does he say that? It's funny. A surprise. Dig food. That's so funny. Yeah, one down isn't nearly as obvious as kick the bucket. You're right. It's not as obvious. But to me, it's still, I personally see that pattern. Do other people think the same as me, or is that not as obvious? I see the same use of expressions through like brainwashing. Yeah, it's actually very interesting when they are the same, but that's more rare. Yeah, right. Senno, right? It's literally washing your brain. Yeah, those are fun because that's really a coincidence, is what it is most of the time. Yeah, there are a few phrases, and that's because Isekinicho was taken from either Chinese or Japanese. It was originally, I believe, Chinese, but I don't know whether English took it from Japanese or Chinese, if that makes sense. Probably Chinese. There are some cases where that's not a coincidence. That was taken from the other language. Isekinicho, for those of you guys don't know, is literally translated one stone, two birds, which, as you know, we say in English, two birds with one stone. Which it's the same in, it uses the exact same in Chinese. I forget the pronunciation, but in Chinese, it's also isekinicho. It's exactly those four characters, means the same thing. Korean, ilsek nijok, I think. Same character. Technically, they don't use kanji anymore, but they used to. And so it's the kanji for one stone, two birds. So, and at least four languages that I know, it's exactly the same meaning. That's crazy. Senno literally brainwashing, yep. Posted clip in this for word because bad language. Did I use bad language? Those poor little birdies, would they ever do this, right? In French, they use... Nice, dude. Feed two birds with one bird. Is that the more sane way? Not sane. Humane way to say. That's amazing. Good job, dude. Washi no ie de musume no kureajayo. Okay. One stone, two hits. Yeah, and I'm sure those all come from the same phrase. So I'm pretty sure it started in Chinese. Didn't you know, by the way, although they can't be proved? Hey. Good job. How many times do you want me to compliment you? Supposedly, they can't prove it because it would have happened so long ago. But the phrase "long time no see," there are people who think that it comes from the Chinese phrase, which is "haojiu bujian," which is literally "long time no see." And if you think about it, grammatically, that doesn't make sense in English. It's like Chinese grammar, which is, I don't know if you guys know Chinese grammar. It's basically like English, but with like zero actual grammar words. They take out all of the. That's why traditional Chinese accent leaves out all of like the twos and the ands and the because they just yeah. Anyway, apparently, long time no see comes from the Chinese phrase "好久不见," most likely. 優しいとは鳥の友達。眠くなったので寝ます。ありがとうございました。こちらこそ長くいてくれてありがとうございました。楽しかったです。いろいろ日本語の発音を教えてくれてありがとうございました。今ね、すいません、英語ばっかり喋ってたけど、一石二鳥が、日本語でも中国語でも韓国語でもフランス語でも英語でも同じらしいです。英語は two birds with one stone っていう逆だけど、二鳥一石っていう英語は。Succinct and to the point. What? Yeah. Long time no see seems to be missing particles, right? There are articles, but yeah. Okay. We're gonna figure out about these two Claires, Dart's mom, Claire, and Hashel's daughter, Claire, because they're totally different people for sure. And we're gonna do that right after the break. レオンは何に立ってんの？歌ってるんじゃなくて、ゲームの、これ、解除したよ、見て、レベルアップした、みたいなことばっかり言ってる。中国と韓国の話してるのは、はがろじてのは、かろうじて、分かってたから、一石二鳥の説明なのは、なんとか。そう。とりあえず、おやすみなさい。来てくれてありがとうございました。We're gonna take a 2-minute break. 今から2分の休憩いただきます。I will see you guys very soon. Make sure to answer that question in chat for 200 experience points. Everybody say おやすみなさいと猫村さん。And I'll see you guys soon. 2分の休憩いただきます。
本気で夢を追う君
Heyo, welcome back. I'm Kaido in the side. You're watching Keen Reflex, and this is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. And let's see. The question was, fill in the blank フォローして maru maru. So yeah, させます. I've gone over this before. させます and します are also just conjugation of the word suru, right? So we already have suru right before that. して. It's kind of weird, right? So that eliminates two. Gozaimasu. It just doesn't. This is after things like arigato or ohayo. But yeah. Kudasai. Add this after the te form of a verb to basically ask someone to do something. It's kind of like, you can translate it as saying please. There really isn't a word for please in Japanese. But using this is a polite way to essentially tell. It's actually telling in Japanese, not asking, to be honest, someone to do something. I actually very much always have to explain a lot to Japanese speakers, all the time my wife, how in English, to say something politely, you ask instead of tell. Does that make sense? It's actually almost always telling in Japanese. So like, to your friends, it'd be perfectly okay to be like, あの窓を閉じて, right? Close that window. That sounds kind of, even to your friends, it's kind of like barking orders, right? Hey, close that window. You'd say something like, hey, can you close that window? Or close that window, please? Or, right? So that's actually an interesting concept. Telling, as long as it's not in a rude way, instead of asking, is not really necessarily less polite in Japanese. Anyway, that's してください. Korea, I like this nagare, this flow. So he's like, that's my mother's name. That's my daughter's name. And then he says, これはひょっとするとわしらの間に何か秘密があるのかの? He says, I wonder if there's some kind of secret between you and me. そんな偶然あるわけないでしょ. And Rose says, that'd be a pretty big coincidence, or like literally, I doubt that such a coincidence would be true. その通りですね。エンディネス大陸の人口が約100万人とすると、女性は55万人。なんでそのデータを分かってんの？怖い。Number says, of course, in the population of the Endiness continent is 100万人だから 110,000 is... Give me a second. I always hate this. 110,000, so that's 10 100,000s, which is 10 million. 100万 is 10 million. Guys, Japanese, they cut off their, they change the word every 4 digits, whereas in English, we cut it off. We change it every 3. So once it gets big like this, it's hard to translate directly in your head without writing it down. Be like, 550,000. So the population is 1 million, right? Maybe. Anyway, it's a lot of people. The numbers aren't that important. Thank you for the gacha. So yeah, 550,000 women.
日本語で I'm back はなんて言う？
これはというのは I love how they try and it rhymes.
ただいま
That was very good.
I'm back
これはというのは王国人事の統計によると全女性の 4% ということは統計上の確率論から I hate Albert. The name Claire, according to the official なんだっけ our company office, I'm just going to call it, I can't think of the official word. I am forgetting English. consensus? What the heck do we call the counting of the when the government counts the people? Census, what the heck is that called? Anyway, of all the women, 4% of them are named Claire. Let's just say, according to the things I know because I'm a king. I know what this means, but it's the census. Thank you. Consensus? I think I was mixing words. I'm sorry. I tricked April. Anyway, the country's census, the 4% of all women are named Claire. So by calculating this data, the chances of that being the same Claire are 見ただけでわかるでしょう。どこも似てないわ。And then Rose cuts him off and says, "Just look at them. They don't look they don't look like each other at all." ふむ、確かにそうですね。二人の頭が、頭蓋骨の形状を医学的に分析すると、頬骨から眼球の距離と顎骨と、I hate Albert. He's making my job hard. Oh yeah, I guess you're right. If you look at their shape of their skulls and analyze their cheekbones and eye sockets, the distance from their eye sockets in a medical sense. And also the jawbone. Yeah, everybody's like, shut up with your technical talk. Everybody else is like annoying too. 行きましょう。最後まで、聞いたら日が暮れれば、なんだっけ、暮れるだっけ。Let's go. If we listening to the end of your conversation is gonna finish the day. We're gonna lose the whole day listening to you. Whew. Okay, we are in a new town, so you know what that means, guys? You know what that means? Oh, why does this Dennaku with no kanji before it? You know about Dennaku. Very nice. Hoho does have kanji. They just didn't use it just now. I'm pretty sure. Well, let me double check before I say that with confidence. I believe it's Hoppeta no ho. Like, maybe this particular word doesn't usually use. Huh. Yeah, he said hoho, but it looks like the real word is hobone. He did say hohobone, didn't he? It said hohobone. I put hohobone in the dictionary, and as you can see, it actually comes up with... Oh, no, that is one of the readings. Okay. The most common is actually hobone, and yeah, as I thought, it's hoppeta no ho, which is the, it means cheek. Oh, it didn't show me the... Here, let me search it like this, so it'll show you that it says cheek. Hobone. Nope. I think this isn't very common. Oh wait, did I do it right? I probably didn't. I didn't do it right. That's why. Yeah. Cheeks. Jaw? And it's mostly cheeks. Good, very good question about that Rendaku, yes. It is actually through kanji, but most likely, there are just some words where either the kanji is a difficult one to write, difficult as in like a lot of strokes, like for example, bara for rose. I think it's like famously one of the hardest kanji to write, I think. And that's always written in katakana not because people can't write it, but like it's too much work for such a simple concept. And I'm not sure why specifically cheek is written in hiragana often, but it looks like it's that way. But technically it is. It means you owe me 22.20. Why do I owe you 22.22? Leo mama ni ohayo shite. Okay, just the technical talk is the best. Sounds like phrenology, which was debunked well over 100 years ago. What is phrenology? Talking about bone structure. What he was doing. Forgot about the zygomatic bone. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's cheekbone. Some reason I don't recall that being the cheekbone. The zygomatic. Well, I've never heard the word zygomatic, but I know cheekbone. Leon, come here. Leon, こっち来て。何してんの？ママにおはようして。Studying the lumps on one's head. I should pronounce zygomatic. What did I say? I could have sworn this one. That's good. Hi. You want to say hi to Mama? Studying the lumps on one's head. I don't think he was studying the lumps. He was talking about the distance between their eye sockets, the cheekbones. He was talking about like all the different features of his face. Like they're completely different, and therefore he doesn't think that he was studying the features of his face to see whether he was similar, because they're trying to see if they're related.
Help me.
What's that?
Help me.
Come here. Come say hi to Mama. Not short eye. Zygomatique. Hey, Aiden, stop. You be nice. Leon, come here and say hi to Mama, please. You gonna take the iPhone away? Come here. なんでそんな嫌なの？ママに失礼だよ。
Hey, Mama.
ありがとう。Yeah, look, you have two Pop-Tarts on the table, dude. Patty. Yeah, I'm okay, everybody. Hey, Leon, Leon, finish your cereal too.
What?
I'm gonna take that away. Finish your cereal. Leon は今、シリアル食べてるし、なんか、なんかね、嫌がってる。Oh. Again? How many times have we seen that today? That's supposed to be rare. Like one person bought it. For 5,000. Oh, yeah, we need a guide. There's gonna be a million different, we're in a town. There's gonna be a million different, what are they called? Stardust? Stardust. Legend. So we've learned that in this game there's a super, like, ultimate weapon type boss. Legend of Dragoon. Stardust. And in order to get this super Urabosu, we need to collect all 50 Stardust, and they're totally missable. I think missable because of chapters, right? Even if they're not, going back would be a complete pain. So, Aiden, I put a Pop-Tart on your, go look. ポップターツだよ。ポップターツ、見て。見て。何それ。ポップターツ。見て。見て見て。見て。じゃあいらないの？じゃあパパが食べるよ。じゃあパパが食べるね。じゃあこれいらないんだね。いらないの？パパが食べるね。いいの食べて。いらないの？じゃあやめてください。Okay. Sorry. He's complaining to complain. The wine bottle's outside the bar entrance above the inn table on top of the house next to the church. Okay. What is this? Is this a church? We gotta explore, guys. We gotta do it. Ohio, Kazan. Yeah. Kawaii. So many areas. Yeah, they're showing the entrances to places. You can turn that off. I forget how because I want it on anyway. Yeah, you can turn it off, but I love. They're 100%. Well, she's gonna need Shinasai. I just gave it to you. You said no. Take the Pop-Tart and be quiet. やめてください、そういうの。ありがとう。I don't understand this 2-year-old thing where they want something. In this case, a Pop-Tart. You give it to him and he goes, no! I say, do you want the Pop-Tart? No! Say, okay, I'm gonna take it. Yes! Then you take it and then you go, I want the Pop-Tart! I'm so tired of it. And he's done it so many times. I knew that's what he's doing. But still, it ends the same way. With him yelling, I wanted the Pop-Tart. Oh, this is the church, so I think... so to answer your question about 100%ing it, I don't know if there's things to do other than getting all 50 Stardust and this beating that side boss for 100%ing it. I think that's all that you can do, and yes, I'm going to do that. Which I haven't done my first playthrough. Ooh, is there a play going on? まもなく、開演です。存分にお楽しみください. What have I entered? What have I done? Oh, what is that called? ねえ。何してんの? 座って。何でそんなことしてんの? やめないでください。やめて、そういうの。ごめんなさいわ。See. You said no, so I'm eating it. Next time, take it. When he yells, I want it, just eat it and walk off. Yeah, no, that definitely would not work. Then he will be at my feet for the next 30 minutes going, ah, 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 ah. That's the last thing I want to do. You'd think, though, Arcane, you'd think that would be the solution. But he's 2, so he doesn't even, remember the last time that it's happened. So, teaching him that way doesn't help. Absence makes the Kokoro finder. Hopefully that wasn't a turn of phrase error. Well, technically, yes. Yes, it is. But you're using it in an English sense, I guess. Why not? Okay. Yeah. He did exactly what a cat would do. He tried to grab something off the counter when he shouldn't have even been over there. He should have been eating at the table when I told him to. Like I told him to. I'm not going to read this out loud because it's side stuff. It's a planetarium. You can read to yourself as well if you'd like. I want to move on. And this is NPC stuff. I don't even think I get anything for this. Yeah. He talked about the pretty planet, and then we go. No, oh, I have to talk to you to leave? Yes. I think I'm a jerk, so I'd 90% do that. We're in this situation. Well, what, Arcane, what's your goal? I guess it depends on what your goal is. I don't think it's really about... If your goal is to get him to be quiet, then that's not gonna work. If your goal is to be, I don't know, strict and still not, like I think even if you were thinking about yourself and you just want him to shut up, which is not necessarily the case. I want him to also just learn, of course, and not be traumatized either. Oh, they were supposed to. Jeez, what is this? Why are there even these scenes? I'm not even interested. I'm sorry. It's too lower that I'm like, I'm so sorry I didn't meet you in the planetarium a second ago. I don't just want you for the money. I don't want your money. I want your heart. I know. I'm sure I believe that you'll understand me someday. I do love you. Me too. Nani, Antadachi? What are you guys doing? Planetarium desu ka? Kotchi wa kowareteru desu. Are you looking for the planetarium? This one's broken. Kokoro can be an abstract figurative heart. Yeah, well, no, Arcane isn't talking about being a parent. I think he's just... Atsune dozo sasasai. Like, get the hell out of here. Oh, I didn't realize that this guy works here. Okay. Why is there a planetarium in the church? It's outside. Alright, well, basically every time we go to a new town, what we want to do, the only thing that there really is to do is there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Stardusts here. On the top table on top of the house next to the church. This is the church, right? This one? Ah, これは Stardust を手に入れた. Yes, I am using a guide. Of course I'm using a guide. For something like this, to actually... These older games like this, they really do this kind of stuff to promote you, to try to get you to buy the guide, right? There's no way you could find all of these. It would take you so long to find all of these by yourself. Between the barrels and the first house... Oh wait, no, that's the wrong. Wine bottles outside the bar entrance above the inn. Is blue bar? Blue means shop, doesn't it? Where's this? Yeah, that looks like a weapon shop. It is a weapon shop. I want to be here for other reasons. Oh, and by the way, in case you guys hadn't heard or noticed, didn't know, but in this game, red means good. So this red number means that her attack goes from 18 to 24. It goes up. Which technically in Japanese culture, kind of older Japanese culture, but red is usually used for actual like positive numbers, whereas blue is the opposite. I actually worked as a translator for the Tokyo Stock Exchange for a while and learned that the Tokyo Stock Exchange is the only stock exchange in the world where when the stocks go up, they are in red, whereas everywhere else in the world they're in red when they have gone down, and it's black for the opposite. So a lot of traders get confused when they're looking at the Japanese stock market for the first time. I say Tokyo stock market, but it's the only stock they've merged with Osaka. So they're basically the Japan stock market. Honten kaimasu ka? Of course, yes, and we're going to Soviet as well. Chainmail. Oh. Defense goes from 8 to 20. That would have helped for that last battle, jeez. And he already has this on? My goodness. Yeah, he was taking so much damage. He must be weak against that element. Soft boots. Oops. What? What do you mean Soji? What? Dang it. What just happened? Did I start on... Did I start on Rose when I meant to start on Shayna? How did I... And I was on an empty space and it still asked me, do you want to equip this? Was it going to equip it to Hashel even though he wasn't? For these are all accessories. Does it show how many I have of each? It doesn't. Yeah, well, I probably don't need any of them. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Okay. Kokoro Yoma is one of Keen Sense's vocabulary. Yeah. This type, but it feels like making out in the back room of a church might be a sin of some sort. Yeah. That's a church, but it was also a planetarium, and he worked there. Yeah. It was a little bit weird. Oh yeah, I didn't see your comment, yeah. Kokoro can mean mind, yeah. And a good example, thank you, Dream, is Kokoro Oyomu, which is to read someone's mind, to read their heart, right? Hearts, this Kokoro doesn't mean... There is a completely different word for literal heart. Literal organ heart. Shinzo. And Kokoro definitely is like heart and mind in the more... You know. There's a good word for it now, but I'm not thinking of it. Spiritual sense? Spiritual, let's say spiritual. Moon can also be heart? I mean, kinda. I'm sure that there's a context where you might translate that as heart. Because it literally means chest. I can think of an example right away, but I would believe it. So I wouldn't say it means heart, but there might be a phrase or two that we would translate it as heart in English, yes. Depending on context. This must be the end. Do we need to? Yeah, why not? Ippakusuru. Don't have a Shinzo no Kogiki. Think about that. Think about that, Dream. Do you think that in other languages they say literally heart attack? Or do you think there's a different word that they might possibly use? That's funny though. Okay, so there's one. There's actually quite a few words for heart attack, and it depends on how it. Cause I don't know all the different medical ways to have a heart attack, to be honest. But apparently there's several types. If you're a doctor, you would probably know this in English. But so let's see. The one I know of and hear most, because I heard it from Death Note, was Shinzo Mahi, which is literally heart paralysis. And the other one I also hear. So of the ones that I hear more often, so they're probably more commonly used, but we don't talk about heart attacks too much in my daily life. Shinzo Hossa is also what I've heard, because Hossa is like to have a what's it called, like spasms. Hossa. This. I don't want to like do that too much and like be making fun of it anyway, because that's not what I'm trying to do, but like Hossa. I'm forgetting the English for Hossa. It's a seizure or stroke. Spasm, I guess, was a translation. I was right when I said that, but yeah. Shinzo Mahi is here. Okay, so yeah, there's at least these 4 types. And I hear Shinzo Mahi and Shinzo Hossa the most. I think this is probably more common. Shinzo Mahi is, I think, so I guess it's heart failure. It must be when it just suddenly stops, like for no reason, which is the Death Note version of heart attack. That's what was happening when you would write their name in and not write a cause of death. So probably doctors in English differentiate between those 4, but us common folk in English call them all heart attack. But in Japanese, even the common folk would differentiate those words. This is why I think that the common, I keep saying common folk, but that's okay. I think that word fits. I think common folk understand a lot more medical terms more than us English speakers because they're in kanji and like they're used more commonly, like the medical terms are, right? So potentially use setsu words by using them in a sentence. Yeah, that's good that you're trying to use them in a sentence. Go for it. No, it's okay. It's okay. You used 2 potential words. That was good. Yes, Kogeki is a literal attack. Yes, it is. Shinshi. Myocardial infarction is a term I've seen. I've heard of it. I couldn't tell you. That was in there, wasn't it? Yeah. Shinkin kosoku. I think, although I haven't... I think I heard my wife say this when I tried to... When I think I said Chinzamahi, she's like, do you mean Shinkin kosoku? I'm like, yeah, okay. They're both heart attack. Just chill. I'm wrong. I'm wrong when I say that, by the way. But when I said they're both heart attacks, just chill. No, they are not the same in Japanese, so... Oh, anyway, so there's one outside the bar, right? Go back to my list. Wine bottles outside the bar entrance above the inn. Same difference. Oh, I haven't heard that phrase in such a long time. Wine bottles outside the... What? I didn't actually mean to walk in. I didn't see any wine bottles. I need to go out a different entrance and exit. Oh, like this part of this side of the entrance? You guys see wine bottles? Oh, I see it. Wine bottles. Oh, well, that's not even... I saw them on the right, but apparently they're over here. And actually, it was sake. What's his face? Yeah, I don't know exactly what infarction means. The next one is... Oh, dang it, I was just there. Bottom left corner of the weapon shop. Bottom left pile of jewels in the jewelry shop. Bottles lying in front of the oversized telescope in the item shop. Wow, so basically all... Okay, let's go back to the item shops. How rare is it to hear spoken English in Nihon? To hear it? I don't know, if you're going... It depends on which part of... I was in Tokyo, and if I'm like where I lived, in the outskirts of Tokyo, I'd very rarely hear spoken English. Almost never. But if I went to, say, Akihabara, or Shibuya, or... I'm sure there's plenty of other places, I just don't go there as often. Maybe Ikebukuro, a lot of touristy places. I would hear, of course, I'd run into foreign tourists walking around speaking. And Japanese people might... I usually do the thing where I walk into a store, or walk up to a person, especially if I know it's a touristy place, and I initiate the conversation first in Japanese to kind of start the conversation off of them knowing I know Japanese, so please don't like stress about trying to use your English, 'cause a lot of times lots of weebs in Akihabara. Yeah, there's probably a lot of weebs there too, but also just people who like games in general. Very otaku people as well. But what was I gonna say? But a lot of people like in Akihabara, yeah, would see my face and try to speak English if I don't start it off with you must get a lot of Nihongo Zozu. It's surprising that as you get better, when I'm in like Akihabara, maybe in where I lived, it was just like they just talked to me. Actually, the best compliment is no compliment, right? Or like no comment on your level. But yeah. But when I'm in So when you're in a touristy place, they expect like nothing out of you. So yeah, sometimes I would get like a really surprised reaction. Nihongo and to be honest, unless like they're showing a legitimate interest in how I studied the language and it's just like a one-off comment of like, oh, I'm surprised your Japanese is good, I usually just brush it off and continue. It's just like, yeah, okay. In the beginning, I actually made a post on Threads about this. It's apparently, well, we got a break here coming soon. I'll talk about the whole Nihongo Josu when we come back, because I think it's an interesting. Apparently, people are like getting annoyed by it lately, and I don't think you should be annoyed by that. You should absolutely be encouraged by it, even if it is a little bit oseji. Anyway, I will see. Yes, exactly. Oseji arigato. That's what you say. Yeah. If anybody says Nihongo Josu or anything like that, the best way to respond is actually humbly downplay your skill, and then they'll actually be more impressed, by the way. If you want to impress them, don't be like, yeah, right? And then be like, oh, okay, but he doesn't understand our culture at all. Like, yeah. Then, like, whatever you think your level really is, or whatever they said, downplay it like one level lower than what you think you really are. And they understand that. So they're not going to think that you're that low. They'll understand that you're downplaying, and they'll be impressed. See you very soon. Ni funakyū kei itadakimasu. Answer the question in chat, and I'll see you soon. Heyo, welcome back to Kiting the Say. You're watching Keen Reflex, and this is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. That is the correct Japanese reaction, right? Maybe it's the camera just really bad at faces, but you look kind of ambiguous. Could be white, could be Asian. I don't think I've ever been called ambiguous before, but I do have a lot of Native American blood in me. I think maybe the glasses help hide the roundness of my eyes. Quite round. Even for just normal, but I don't know, maybe living in a place really long kind of changes your facial structure in a way. Which it actually does. I don't know if it's the language that you're speaking, but it's totally true. About like, I don't know if it's living in a place or speaking a language, but like I see, this is kind of going off topic, but I'll be in the middle of Japan and I can see someone who clearly is probably 100% Japanese blood, but I can tell that they grew up in America or an English speaking country because like, I don't know what it is. The face is it's just different. But like, don't they say, and I don't know if it's true, but like friends tend to start to look like each other, or like spouses or people who spend a lot of time with each other, like start to look like each other for some reason. I don't know if that's true in my case for being in Japan, but hiragana to katakana are never used in the same words, ne? I don't think I said never. And I think when I explained that, I did mention that there are some exceptions, especially with slang, and this is a slang. I'm sorry, did you get the question wrong because I said that? Let's see. Oh, hey, Doman-san, I didn't even notice you're in here. Oh, did you even guess? Dream. Oh, yeah, you did. But you guessed right. Yes, we say bagutteru. That's actually the one I added today. I add one before every stream. I'm trying to slowly get up a nice stock of questions. But yeah, so I put the word mushishiteru, right? Because it's a bug. Buggy is actually a word, but it's like buggy, right? Bug, I don't even think that's a word. I've never heard of it. And then bagutteru, yeah. Bagutteru. Oh, you copied, yeah. Behavior, absolutely. I think definitely to the point where when I came back to the States, people people do things like somebody opened the door for me. Like when I first came back, somebody opened the door for me, but it was kind of like this girl and me. We were arriving at the door almost at the same time, and for some reason, she grabbed the door and opened it and then let me in, which felt like too nice. Like she should have just gone in first and held the door open so I could come in later. But it's just the angle that we were coming at. I don't know what it was, but I felt I felt that I should have let her in first, but she did it, so I was kind of, I don't know. Anyway, I did this number. I was like, oh. I don't know if you know that this is what you do when you like cross in front of, and if you cross in front of someone, or you're like, in this case, it's kind of like, okay, I'll go first, thank you. Is bibiru another exception? Yes, exactly. Bibiru, I wonder, I haven't thought of that. Bibiru, I wonder if, because it's in katakana, that isn't, this is slang, so maybe it might not come from a foreign word, but I wonder what bibi is, actually. Bibiru. Other forms. So where does it come from? Bibi? I'm not sure why that one's kind. BB can mean slight, insignificant or small, but that's kind of what bibiru is. So I think this is actually one of those weird things where the original is actually Japanese. It's actually kanji. I think it might come from this word, bibi, which is a noun, or sorry, an adverb. Proud adjective, adverb, adjective, which means like insignificant, small, which is when you're bebutive, that's kind of what you're doing. You're like, bebutive can mean to be scared of something, to kind of, to suddenly feel inferior, to become small, kind of, in a way. Often means to be too scared to do something, but maybe titter. It might come from that. I only just thought of it for the first time. In Nihon, no, this was in the U.S., and so it was very weird. In Japan, it would be perfectly normal. In America, the girl was she literally called me out. She's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, sorry." Character named Error, and he was connected to a character named Bagu. They were supposed to be pun names. Oh, and yes, I guessed it because of a translation error in Zelda 2. There was a character named Error, and he was connected to a character named... Ah, that's interesting. The door open for someone when two people do that for each other. They call that a Canadian standoff. I never heard of that. That's interesting. Guys, what's the longest you've ever done the dance when trying to pass somebody? Like when you're both walking and you kind of just... and you keep going the same way? Oh my god, there was this one time in Japan. Where was I? It was this older man, and I swear, like, we did it a few times, and then I'm like, go ahead. It's like, no, you go ahead. And we both just stopped. And then we both went at the same time. And it's like, okay, but I'll go. No, I'm gonna go. Okay, go. No, you go. Okay, go. It was like a full, I want to say like 15-second dance. Like, think about that, actually, like, not exaggerate, like, legitimate. It was so long, and he eventually, like, at the end, he, like, yelled. He was sure that I was doing it on purpose. I was sure he was doing it on purpose. He's like, no. Stormed off. I've never had one that was close to that record. We've all done the dance, but, like, 5 seconds max. This one was insane. It was like ridiculously embarrassing too. I'm just like, I don't want to see your face anymore. Who are you? Hey, lemon-san. I saw that. I never said it out loud. Sorry. Kind of make yourself, yeah, exactly. You make yourself small when you're scared. So that's the nuance behind that. Kin Sensei did say Nihonjin people as a... Yes, that is redundant because Jin means people. Slam, I wouldn't say slam the door in your face, but yeah, holding the door open for a person isn't necessarily a common courtesy in Japan. So, like, if you think about it in the US, or well, a lot of places in the West, if you are, let me continue again. Yeah. If you're walking and somebody's got to the door, and at the very least, even the meanest person, if they see that the door is going to slam shut around the timing that you're going to grab it, that's really rude, right? If you know the door is going to close far before they even get to the door, if you're not feeling extra nice, you don't have to hold it open for them, right? But you definitely do if it's going to, like, slam on their face. That's just rude. In Japan, that's not necessarily the case. In fact, I think you'd have to, like, literally be sharing the same door space before they would hold the door open for you. And that's not rude in Japan. It's just a different culture. It's not something that's considered a common decency. Never timed myself, yeah, but it is the worst. This one was horrible. 4 steps max. Yeah, this one, I didn't count this. It was like 20. Like, it was probably more. Because I said 15 seconds. It was ridiculous. One time that happened to me when I finally got the idea to stay put. And you know what? No, that's the thing, Dream. I do that, actually. That's when, whenever I do start the dance, I just stop. Like, go ahead. Nope, just go ahead. Even if they refuse, like, yep, I'm stopping. But this guy, like, every time I decided to do that, he did too. Multiple times. And I was also, like, frustrated. I don't remember what... I was in a hurry at that time. I don't remember exactly what I was doing, but I was, like, even more frustrated. I'm like, I need to get out of here. Probably still rude to actually... Yeah, if you actually slammed a door in someone's face, that would still be rude, yes. Yeah, they let the dance... Yeah, exactly. Hime-sama double honorable suffix? Not really. I mean, Hime means princess. So the honorific is the sama. We both stop, exactly. Emiri Hime-sama. Oh, I see what you mean. Princess. I think in this case, yeah, often you could get away with just saying Emiri Hime. But technically princess is just the title, whereas sama is honorific, so it's not wrong. Nice, interesting thing to point out, though. Sama is not necessarily necessary here, because princess is already, yeah, like the title, like saying king, right? Princess. Irashaimashita zo. Princess Emil is here. Oh, I remember the story. It's Sonna Cutie. Oh. Why all of a sudden? I figured the logic was that we're perfectly capable of opening doors ourselves, holding it with someone. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. Like, when you think about it, a lot of like proper manners are, if you explained why they became that way, it's kind of weird, right? Kawaii. I'm sure a lot of you guys knew this, but you don't say bless you in Japanese. That's a weird thing that came from, you know, people thinking that we had demons in our bodies. And now it's just a common courtesy, right? So Japanese people think that's weird that we do that. I think I made the joke, kind of half joke. How do you say bless you in Japanese? Daijoubu? That's what you would say. Kami-sama, nanikoto mo nai you ni onegai shimasu ja. I don't remember what's up with this Princess Emil, but she's like, oh gods. I think there's multiple gods in this story, I don't know. Nothing has happened. What, Nanigoto mo nai you ni onegai. Oh, okay. Oh gods, please let there be nothing wrong. Or please let nothing happen. God save us from the queen! Nareda! Irashachimattaって言ったのは. Oh, I wonder how they translated this. That's great. Because that doesn't exist in English. さっきの話と前の話って何が違う？さっきの話 would be like just a second ago. 前の話 means we talked about any time in the past. It could have even been days away. 前の話. 前の話 would often probably be referring to something like the last time we talked about this subject, right? Or it could be maybe the previous subject of multiple, to where Saki no Hanashi wouldn't be specific enough. But Saki no Hanashi Saki is like a short time ago. And so you definitely wouldn't use that for yesterday. We wouldn't use it for any time since you guys have parted and come back. Like, it wouldn't be like this morning, unless this morning was like, you know. I think there's not an actual rule, but I'd say like anything within like 30 minutes to it, more than 30 minutes to an hour, you would not probably be saying Saki. Depends. There might be a reason, but you know. Does that make sense? Oh, that's right. You're saying Saki no Hanashi. I'm answering the wrong question. Gomen nasai. No, it's not Saki. That's Saki no Hanashi. I don't think there is a difference between Saki no Hanashi and Mae no Hanashi. Let me gomen nasai. Lemon. That was my mistake. Saki and Saki are actually completely different things. Saki and Mae. So Mae would mean, yeah, the previous. Saki also means previous. I don't think there's really a big difference in these. But let me do a quick search, see if I can see. I believe this is more formality. I'm gonna look up real quick, but I'm pretty sure Saki no Hanashi is a little bit more formal than Mae no Hanashi, and I don't think there's much other difference other than that. Oh no! Wait! I'm speaking faster than I'm allowing my brain to think. Give me a second, sorry. Sake no hanashi. Yeah. Okay, start over. Ask the question again, okay? Forget everything I just said. First of all, well, don't forget this. Saki with the chisaitsu does mean a little bit ago. That was not Lemon's question. Sorry, Lemon. Saki no hanashi. Saki technically means before, but in this situation, saki no hanashi is actually used more commonly to mean in the future. And that's confusing, I know. But first thing that I looked at was a good example where it said, まだ先の話なんだけど、パーティーを企画してるから予定開く？予定開けといてね。So, まだ先の話. So that would mean this is still in the far future. This is still not going to happen for a while. In this case, but I'm planning a party, so please keep your schedule open. It's this example, right? In that case, so sake no hanashi, I'm trying to think of a context where it wouldn't be that, but it actually means, even though saki does mean previous or before, when we're saying sake no hanashi, it's actually in the future. I know, Lemon, I confused the hell out of you because I'm so sorry. Mae no hanashi is in the past. It's the last time we were talking about it, as I explained the first time. For future reference, no, that's not what it means. I got confused. The translator said both was previous talk. So, Lemon, can you give me the actual context into which you heard this phrase? And I can explain better from that. I'm really sorry that I totally botched that answer by... Thank you, iPro, by the way. No, saki is not the same as saki. I was pronouncing it saki because I was explaining a different thing. Da-da-da! Hope you're still there, Lemon. Give me the sentence that you're confused about, and we'll go over it. That'll be... I confused myself twice, which just confused you, and I'm sorry. Let's start over. Give me the sentence, and I'll tell you what you're going for. No. That was my mistake. I don't know why my brain did that. That was just wrong. Saki. Let me double check. I don't think saki has a kanji. I think it's only in hiragana. Saki is that kanji. Okay, let's look at the dictionary really quick, okay? Oh! I'm actually not wrong. Technically, I'm not wrong. Okay. It is a reading for that character, but it's usually written in hiragana. And I'm all over the place, I'm sorry, guys. Okay. So. Saki is one pronunciation for this, and when it's used, yeah, right here, rarely used kanji form. It's almost always, that's why I wasn't sure. It's almost always used with hiragana. You won't usually see this with kanji. So, when you say saki, it does mean a short while ago, right? And saki, let's look up saki. Not that one. Add on first. First, before, yeah, that's often, right? Future, right? So, sake no hanashi, this is actually in the future, okay? Because this means like it's still far, it's still ahead of us, right? Because it's like head of a line front. So when you say sake no hanashi, it's still quite far ahead. But, right, So their example here is 先のことなど誰にも予想できない. Nobody can tell what'll happen in the future, right? Nobody can tell what's going to happen in the things that are far from us, right? So that's saki. Right? And if it was in kanji, technically you wouldn't know the difference, to be honest, except you'd have to go with context. I never messed up in my explanation a second ago, so that's still right. Mai is always going to be, it just means it's a previous conversation. It could be like the completely previous conversation we had. If it was literally the only conversation you just had, I would say saki no hanashi, by the way. If it's, but mai no hanashi is more specifically just anything you talked about previously. It's more vague. Okay. I was explaining a lot. I wasn't looking. Oh, it doesn't have anything to do with the kanji. Oh, it does. Yeah, that was my top press too. So is that it's like, okay. Lemon, did you actually pull this from somewhere or did you make it up? So, if it was written like this, I would say that this saki no hanashi de sa, this is definitely saki. So this would be pronounced the way I said with the chisai tsu, saki. And it would mean was that story, what you were talking about, what she was talking about, I don't know the context of this, whatever was talked about a second ago, is that true? Right? I wonder if that's true. This is one of the 2136. This is just in fact it's a very common one. It's but the usage, I see what you mean about why you asked that, but some words, probably because it's confusing. Because saki usually means in the future, far from us, but saki means a little bit in the past, and that's probably why saki is usually used with hiragana, but it's not incorrect using it with kanji. It's from an apple, okay. Yon to nishi. Also, yeah, they're similar, yes. You're saying did you understand? Guys, I have ADHD sometimes. Well, not only that, my brain did glitch for a second. I was unconfident about the fact that kanji was read both ways. Trying to ring in all of the little ideas that my mind went to. Hope you got it. If you still don't understand, feel free to ask me again, like in Discord, or ask even here. I'll try and explain more, but I hope I didn't over-explain and make it more confusing. Both mean previous, the difference is the duration. When you say both, so, okay. Can I open... Let me open like a Word document. Let's make sure that we got this really quick. Just open my Hiragana Hero notes and I'll scroll down. Make sure there's nothing. Okay. I'll make this a little bit bigger. You guys can see. Maybe that size. Okay, so we're actually talking about 3 different words here, just so you guys know, so you're not confused. So we have this pronounced as saki. And this is going to mean, I want to say future, I want to say far ahead. Let's call it future, okay? Saki no hanashi would be, this is still not happening yet. Like we're talking about either, the example we saw in the dictionary was, sake no koto dare mo shiranai, nobody knows what happens in the future. So yeah, this is something that's happening in the future, okay? the same kanji. By the way, this kanji by itself means like previous or front or head of, right? Same kanji, but pronounced sakki with a chisai tsu. This means a short while ago. Okay? So sakki no hanashi. Oh, I'm returning to what we were just talking about a second ago. Right? Sakki no hanashi, hontou datta no kana? Was what you said a second ago really true? Right? And then we have mae, which this kanji by itself literally means before, previous, right? This is going to mean very simple, no weird nuances, previous. Right? Hold on, mae, a little while ago, previously, right? So the difference between mae and sakki is, yeah, kind of a time period, and more, mae is it's what's the word? All-encompassing. Sakki would also be, you could say mae for something that was sakki, if that makes sense. Sakki is within mae. Mae includes sakki. However, it would be unnatural just because sakki, you would want to be more descriptive if it was a short while ago, if that makes sense. Okay, there's three. Sakki, future. Sakki, a short while ago. Mae, previous. Did that make sense? Not for future reference, no. I'm used to mae when I saw... So, I think one of the reasons this threw you off, Lemon, is because sakki is not usually written in hiragana. And that's... sorry, it's... Man. Say things right the first time, you're going to confuse people, Keen. Sakki is not usually written in kanji. It's usually written in hiragana. I tried to think that whole thing and put it together. So yeah. When I saw Sakki no Hanashi, I got curious what the difference with Mae no Hanashi, even though I knew. Gotcha, yeah. Sakki, although I wouldn't use a kanji, is actually very common and very useful word. I would learn Sakki no Hanashi. No one has to memorize kana keyboard layouts. No one... Oh, so one doesn't have to memorize kana keyboard layouts? Oh, the thing... No, my keyboard has that. I've never seen anybody actually using that. I don't know if you can see my... This is a Japanese keyboard. It has... You see the hiragana on the like J... I can't actually see. H has ku, and J, I think that's O. It's hard to see on my camera. K is no, right? I've never seen anybody using it like that. Everybody actually types it in nomaji, even Japanese people. Ekimae. Kitanai. Before versus just before. As far as sakki versus mae, yes. Mae versus sakki. To use the same order, yes. That's why people don't write it. I think that's probably why they don't write sakki in kanji. It's because it has this, a meaning that sounds opposite of what it is. But to be honest, regardless of whether it's written kanji or not, the context... For a native Japanese speaker especially, but also if you learn, the context would give it away. Sakki no hanashi. Like a second ago, Lemon gave the example. Sakki no hanashi dakedo sa, hontou nano kana? So if that was read as sakki no hanashi, the future, it's like, so in the future, I wonder if that's true. That just doesn't make any sense, right? So, we know that it means, oh, that thing you just talked about. Because even if it was a conversation about the future, the conversation itself would have been in the past. So it'd be like, sakki no hanashi. About that. Anyway, context gives it away. 日本のキーボードを使ってるんですね。うん。でも使ってるっていうか、もう日本で買ったから、このコンピューター全部日本のだから。 ロマンさんってなんだっけ、日本の方でしたっけ？日本語勉強してる方でしたっけ？お、日本の方かな？聖剣伝説3とかやってるね。すごいね。え、あ、配信者なんだ。じゃあフォローさせていただきます。6万とかいいね。日本人でした。すいません。そう、10年ぐらい、10年ぐらい東京に住んでたんですが、ちょうど今年の2月に、日本人の奥さんとハーフの子供たちを連れて、アメリカに引っ越してきました。で、3人ともアメリカに住むのが初めてなんですけど、今までは日本に住んでたから、だいたい全部持ってるもの、買ってあるものは全部日本のもの、わざわざ日本のものがいいというよりは、日本に住んでたから日本のしかないって話。What about 聖剣伝説3? ロマンさん in chat apparently as a streamer and was playing. I was looking at their site and they were playing Seiken Densetsu 3. It looks like the original. Wow! Arigato! Oh, we got the sub goal complete. Let's go! はい、プロさん、ありがとう Thank you so much for the follow, or not for the sub. We completed, we still got 8, wait. January, February, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 days left of the month. But we got that goal finished. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's actually separated into two, but they ended up being the same this month. The monthly sub goal is from January until, or not, sorry, it's not January, from the first day of the month until the last day of the month, how many subs we get. The subscribed at, the one that it showed in chat, that's the total currently, which isn't always the same, if that makes sense. Because some are still rolled over from last month that haven't ended. Let's go! Anyway, either way, we got both of those just now with that. Thank you so much. I'm gonna snooze a little bit. ロマンさん、まず来てくれてありがとうございます。また来てくれたんですね。英語ばっかり喋ってるんですけど、もしも日本語で喋ってほしいときは、日本語で話しかけてくれたら全然日本語で答えします。もちろん英語練習したいときも英語で話しても大丈夫です。みんなが優しいので手伝ってくれるでしょう。勉強。とっとととーん。そして、let me actually get it set up for Roman-san to. They are a streamer as well. It looks like they've just started because I only saw a small amount of follows, but that's a perfectly good reason to follow them now. Be one of the first. They're playing super cool games like what is it called? Which mana is it? What's 3 is Legend of Mana? I don't remember. Seiken Densetsu 3. タンタンタン。ちょっと待ってね。あれ。Oh, I never asked it. If Pyro, do you stream at all? I didn't actually look at your. I try to when I get the vibes. I try and look at your trials of mana. Okay. 63191. Six, 3, 1, 9, 1. これで、はい、今度からはこうなるはずです。よ、OK。 りがとうございます、皆さん。日本語はいろいろ勉強してるのが、見てて楽しいです。あ、よかったよかった。そう。だから、一応、このゲームとかも日本語で読んで、英語にしてるんだけど、まあまあ、読み方違うなとか思っても黙っててもいいし、手伝ってくれても、もちろん、ありがたいし、優しく直してね。一応全部の漢字とかは読み書きができるはずだけど、もちろん、あまり見たことない読み方とか、まだまだあるから完璧ではないので。I guess it does have the word for legend in it. でも、Legend of Mana is another game. Yeah, well, Legend of Mana. Oh, is it like not the same series? Is that what you're saying? I just know they all end in mana because the translation is very loose. Because it's literally the Legend of the Holy Sword. Seiken Densetsu, but they're all like translated as mana. Or the first one was Final Fantasy. Translated to Final Fantasy for some reason. It is the same. Okay, yeah. No, I actually was introduced to them even when I didn't know Japanese as Seiken Densetsu 1, 2, and 3. I think a lot of us are like that. But in English, they were translated as Final Fantasy Adventure, and then Secret of Mana, Trials of Mana, and then there's some other ones. Legend of Mana is that's the fourth one. Seiken Densetsu, Legend of Mana. 誰だいらっしゃっちまったって言ったのは This is an interesting grammar point, by the way. してしまったとかちまった means it's hard to translate directly into English because we don't have this. But you say the same thing and it has the nuance of oops or oh no. So in this case, somebody said, I actually don't think they did, but she seems to think they did. Somebody said, irashachimatta. So irasharu is a formal way to say somebody has come here, right? But then she says chimatta, so it's like, oh no, she's here. It has the nuance of, oh no, the princess is here. So that's probably how they translated it. So she's saying, who is it who said, oh no, she's here, right? A good example for this grammar point, ochiru is to drop, right? I'm sorry, I know it's to fall. And so like if you're sitting at the table and then your I don't know, something falls off the table. Maybe your cereal bowl gets knocked off the table and it falls. You say, 落ちてしまった, 落ちちゃった, right? It's like, oh no, it fell. Even though it's actually a conjugation of the word to fall. Wasn't wrong or misleading to market it in North America as a Final Fantasy spin-off. What? What? Mitsu-san? Mitsu-san, レイドありがとう。魔力伝説。レイドありがとう。これスヌーズしますね。I hope you guys don't get pre-rolls because I snoozed the ads twice. ミツさんレイドからこんばんは、こんばんはです。こんな顔してますが、日本語は大丈夫なので、ぜひ日本語でも話してください。英語が練習したい方は、英語もできます。I can speak a little English. First of all, guys, Mitsu is a Japanese streamer, so if you want to practice with Japanese, be careful. Hey, Aiden, put your shirt back on. Aiden, シャツ着て。お着替え。シャツ。Okay, sorry. First, follow my cool friend, Mitsu. どんなゲームしてました？あれ？合ってますよね。Mitsu 32。なんかプロフィールの写真が映らないんだけど。違った？間違えた？お、縁起がいい。縁起がいいぞ。そういうぞね。こんばんは。You're at a fire level. What are you talking about? たたた、みつさん。And, 玉龍岩さん来てくれてありがとうございます。Guys, yeah, follow 3つ do it. 初めての方はちょっと自己紹介の動画ありますので、ぜひ、ご覧ください。もしかしたら多分英語の曲になってるけど、日本語の字幕つけたと思いますので、ぜひ見てください。ちょっと待ってね。
This is Keen Reflex, and this is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games.
字幕なかった。字幕なかった。ちょっと待って。字幕ある場所絶対ある。あれちょっと、どこ行ったのか。まあいいや、普通の見て。ごめんなさい。字幕なかった。字幕あるよ。どこに待って。今から直すから。それを直すから。なんで英語バージョンになってんの？英語系の人は普通に聞こえるから。イントロビデオ日本語字幕。確かこれのはず。古いバージョンじゃないよね。ちょっとダメ元で使ってみます。やってみます。
This is Keen Reflex, and this is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. That's right, they call me Keen, and I'm a translating machine. I read the stories in Japanese, and then I tell you what they mean. If I find a word I like, I teach the meaning, and then I post this on YouTube, and then we find some words again. Kodomo ga jama suru wa muku mama. Slam the hoga second out. Good morning, mama. So sit back and just vibe. Hit that follow, hit subscribe. Stick around if you please, and maybe learn some Japanese.
OK。お待たせいたしました。ちゃんと日本語バージョン。これからはずっと日本語バージョンになっております。ありがとうございました。ご覧ください。Cool streamer. Thank you. そういう感じです。基本的に英語圏の人たちに、日本語を教えてる配信者ですが、もちろん日本の方にも英語を教えることもできますので、ぜひいろんな英語の質問とかあったりしたら、日本語でも質問してください。はいよー。Thank you for the follow フォローありがとうございます。これで、We got the follower goal met too. ありがとうございます。We just met both goals today. Woohoo! いい自己紹介ムービーありがとうございます。ミツさんは、ストリートファイターやってたんだね。6th. Mitsu's doing Street Fighter 6, guys. ミツさんは自己紹介の動画ありますか？ぜひ作ってください。楽しいよ。緑の木。Yeah, okay. Okay. Oh my goodness, this is my last snooze. 作ってないや。いつか時間があれば、ぜひ。楽しいし。ミツさんはどんな自己紹介動画作ってくれるかな？楽しみ。OK。こういう感じでいつもやってます。誰だ？いらっしゃっちまったって言ったのは。Who was it who said, Oh no, she is here? っていう感じで。リアルタイムでちょっと完璧じゃないけど、翻訳、通訳じゃないかな。翻訳させていただいてます。あたいはこの国の姫様だぞ。愛想よくしろってんだ。ちなみにこのゲームやったことある方いらっしゃいますか？ Legend of Dragoon でございます。日本でそんなに流行らなかったけど、一応日本のゲームでございます。100メガショック、ネオミツをぜひお願いしますね。みんなが期待してますよ、ミツさん。お願いします。Okay. The Haishin, the stream suddenly got much more Japanese. Are you guys ready for it? Okay. So the Princess Emil says, I'm the princess of this country. You guys need to... Aisoyoku is, it's actually kind of hard to translate, but it's, basically... Be kind. Buaiso or aiso is,
日本語で
aisayoi.
back はなんて言う
Somebody who's aiso ga ii.
ただいま I'm back
Is sociable, kind of. They're the type of person where you see them and it just makes you smile, right? They have a resting, happy face. Their demeanor is very, very welcoming, warming. And Buaiso is somebody who, they don't necessarily have to be rude, but they're just kind of like, they maybe have a resting blue face or whatever. You're on that dialogue box for about an hour. I was not. Like 20 minutes. そんなことはないけど、タイトルは知ってた。PS1 で、そう、PS1 のゲームです。すごく楽しいゲーム。RPG が好きな方はぜひやってみてください。I know Talsus. We go off on tangents. Lots of tangents. 身ごもっている母。This pregnant mother. 姫様。もうすぐ生まれる子供に名前をつけていただきたいのですが。Yes, that's the kanji, yes. So, it's usually aisogai or buaiso. Buaiso would be the opposite. We can learn it. Wait. Let's put it here. Like buaiso. Buaiso. So, だよね。じゃない。不愛想。ちょっと待って。愛想がいいと不愛想。Give me a second. I thought so. Yeah, it is 不愛想. But for some reason, the positive one, we gotta be careful because this is interesting. This one is 愛想う. But aisogai apparently doesn't have that last u sound in it, even though it's the same kanji. Yeah, and this means what did I just say? What was a good English for this? Unfriendly. I think that's a good word. Unfriendly demeanor. It's not love. Yeah, I know it is the kanji for love, but this word doesn't have anything to do with specifically love. Like a loving, I guess, a loving demeanor, if that makes sense. So then the opposite would be careful, because even I made this mistake just now. Aisogai, not aisogai. Aisogai is a friendly demeanor. Okay? そういう感じです。Show us some of these when not written in the same font that I learned. What would that be? There's not too many existing fonts in Japanese, but yeah, sometimes it does look a little bit different. I understand. Okay. I'm going to read a few more lines, and then actually in a minute and a half we have our break, and it's bad timing. It's been bad timing for half an hour, but that's okay. Pregnant lady says, very timidly, Princess, I would really appreciate it if you would name the child, give a name to my child who is about to be born. Giving the reputation of this princess, I'm sure this is a custom in this town. I would not recommend asking her that. Would not recommend it. おっと、これ、ごめんなさい。フラッシュカードもありますので、ぜひご覧ください。エイデン、おむつ履きな。もう、カメラに映ってしまったら俺終わりだよ。うん。履きな。 Don't worry. He's too low. You won't see him on camera. That would literally get me banned. It's stupid. But there's creeps out there, so. So we have to take a break. I promise we'll get more storyline in soon. So stop talking at me. No, keep talking. I'm just kidding. Please keep the chat lively. It's fun that way. 2 minutes. Make sure there will be a Japanese question in the chat. Answer that そろそろ休憩いただきますが、一応英語で日本語についての質問は流れるので、もしそれが理解できて、英語の説明で日本語の質問が分かって、その答えが分かれば、ぜひ1か2、1234の中で、その数字を1個打って、選んで、打ったら答えができますので。ちょっと待ってね。ちょっと待って。分かった？日本語の問題に答えてみてください。今の説明がちょっとダメだったけど。See you soon. 2分の休憩いただきます。どこにも行かないでくださいね。Heyo, welcome back, Okai on the side. You're watching Keen Reflex, and this is a space for you guys to practice your Japanese while enjoying video games. I guess cactus is the first time I said that, but yeah. That was a trick. That's not a word. How old you? すごい言葉知ってるね、レモンさん。めったに使われないよ、それ。サボテンでもそれ使えるらしいけど、当て字として。They didn't try to trick us with Saboten. In which way? I mean, I technically did try to trick you with the kakutasu. Like using sapoten. Oh no, I would get tricked by that. The B versus the P and something like that. Especially, I think that you should not do that in a test, because somebody who's actually really good at like Japanese or just, you know, those words, if you really know the word saboten so well, if you're reading a sentence and it had sapoten in it, your mind would automatically guess it was right and see it as saboten. That's actually a sign of you being good at it. Making that mistake, if that makes sense. Oh, and it's funny because I just said that would trick me. It literally did just trick me because I read that as saboten, didn't I? I just... You didn't correct yourself. It was originally sapoten, and I read it as saboten. Yeah, right? It's just like English. You don't read every single character, and if it's... I mean, if it was a different character, yeah. But like the difference between the chon-chon and the circle, especially in typed, it's so small, and especially on my screen, by the way. But that's not... I'm not going for excuses. My point is... Yeah. For somebody to make that mistake would actually prove fluency. That's what I was trying to say. Technically, I won't miss a rookie mistake. Well, mistaking bo and po could be a rookie mistake. In this case, if I put sapoten and you accidentally read it right as saboten, that what I was trying to say is that it kind of actually proves fluency. The fact that you read it right even though it was written wrong. めんどくさいからやだね. So this is in response to the pregnant lady is asking her to name her baby. What a pain, I don't wanna. そんな, how could you? うっとうしい, 泣くな. How disgraceful, don't cry at me. 盗賊に夫を殺されてからこの子だけが私の希望なのです. Since my husband was killed by bandits, this boy is my only hope. Or sorry, not boy. We don't know that. This child is my only hope. 盗賊に by bandits? しらけちまったよ。ちょっと待って。この言葉聞いたことない。なぜかしらけちまったって、もう勝手にその、読み方となぜか思ってるけど。ってことは、俺見たことあるってこと当てたら。本当だ。なんで俺この読み方知ってんの？覚えてない。覚えてないのに勝手に出てきた。That's so weird. Ah, okay. To dampen someone's mood. So she's saying you ruined my mood with talking about bandits. Be careful, even the next of royalty are not immune to the guillotine. Yeah. This is really weird. I do not remember seeing this word. This is the word for shiro, which is a very simple very simple kanji. It's usually pronounced shiro or haku are the most common readings. Shiro being the kuyomi, haku is the onyomi. I don't know why. I don't remember seeing a word like